Hello there, my sleepy fellows. Tonight, we journey into the legendary origins of Hogwarts, where four brilliant founders came together to shape a magical legacy. From Gryffindor's courage to Ravenclaw's wisdom, their united vision still echoes through every enchanted corridor of the castle. So before you settle in for this cozy Hogwarts tale, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and tell us where you're watching from and what time it is in your part of the magical world. Chapter 1. When four great minds converged as one. In the misty valleys of Scotland, where the Highland air carries whispers of ancient magic, our tale begins. The early medieval period, a time when muggles feared what they could not understand, and magic wielders sought sanctuary from persecution. It was the late 10th century, around 990 AD, when four of the greatest witches and wizards of the age came together with a shared vision that would forever alter the course of magical history. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin, names now etched into the very foundation of wizarding education, stood upon a wind-swept hill overlooking a vast lake, its waters dark and deep, reflecting the clouded sky above. The location was not chosen by chance. They had scoured the British Isles for a place sufficiently remote to shield young witches and wizards from the prying eyes of muggles, yet accessible enough for magical families to send their children. Godric Gryffindor, a formidable duelist, with a mane of reddish hair and beard reminiscent of a lion, was born in a hollow bearing his name in the West Country of England. A warrior wizard of unparalleled courage, Gryffindor had spent his early years defending magical communities from both mundane and magical threats. His wand, crafted of rare inflexible ash 11 inches long, was said to sing when drawn in. "Righteous battle! Here!" proclaimed Gryffindor, his voice carrying across the Highland wind. "We shall forge not merely a school, but a sanctuary, a place where young minds may learn the noble art of magic without fear of persecution." Helga Hufflepuff, a plump, kind-faced witch from the Welsh valleys, nodded in agreement. Her practical wisdom had earned her renown throughout the British Isles. Known for her exceptional talent with food-related charms, Hufflepuff's garden never failed to yield abundant harvest regardless of season. Her philosophy was simple yet profound. Magic should be accessible to all who possessed the gift, regardless of lineage or background. "We shall teach them as they come," she declared warmly, "and love them equally. No child with the gift of magic shall be turned away from our doors." Rowena Ravenclaw, tall and stately with piercing eyes that seemed to see beyond the veil of the physical world, had journeyed from the misty glens of Scotland. A witch of tremendous intellect, she had penned numerous treatises on transfiguration, theory before her 30th year. Upon her dark hair rested her most prized creation, a diadem later known as Ravenclaw's diadem, enchanted to enhance the wisdom of the wearer. "Knowledge is our greatest weapon and shield," Ravenclaw mused, her Scottish accent lending musicality to her words. "We shall build a repository of magical learning unequaled in the world, where young minds may drink deeply from the well of wisdom." The fourth founder, Salazar Slytherin, stood slightly apart from the others. A shrewd, calculating wizard with silver-streaked dark hair and a long beard, Slytherin hailed from the fens of eastern England. His particular talents lay in legilimency, and Parseltongue the rare ability to converse with serpents. His wand, a 13-inch snakewood instrument with a core of basilisk horn freely given, hung at his side. "Caution must be our watchword," Slytherin cautioned, his voice soft, yet carrying the weight of authority. "We create not merely a school, but a fortress against those who would destroy our kind. We must be selective in those we teach." Thus began the first debates among the founders, debates that would later evolve into divisions. But in those early days, their common purpose superseded their differences. Together they envisioned a school divided into 4 houses, each reflecting the values they held most dear: Gryffindor's courage, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Slytherin's ambition. The name Hogwarts itself has been the subject of scholarly debate for centuries. Some magical historians believe it derived from a flowering plant growing abundantly in the region, the hogwort, which possessed significant magical properties for healing. Others suggest a more whimsical origin, that Rowena Ravenclaw dreamed of a warted hog leading her to the site. Whatever the truth, the name took root as firmly as the castle's foundations. Before construction could begin, elaborate, protective enchantments were layered upon the land. The founders worked in concert, each contributing spells of tremendous power. Ravenclaw devised complex arithmetic equations to create boundaries that would repel Muggle attention. Hufflepuff cast charms of misdirection so potent that non-magical travelers would suddenly remember urgent business elsewhere when approaching the grounds. Gryffindor established magical fortifications against dark creatures that roamed the ancient forest. And Slytherin, perhaps most crucial of all, wove intricate enchantments to make the castle unplottable, rendering it impossible to locate on any map. In addition to these protections, they cast what would later be termed the Muggle-repelling charm on a scale never before attempted. Should any non-magical person venture too close, they would suddenly recall forgotten appointments, sense approaching storms, or feel an inexplicable urge to walk in the opposite direction. The most complex enchantment of all came later, the charm that would make Hogwarts appear to any straying Muggle eye as a dangerous, crumbling ruin with warning signs of imminent collapse. This masterpiece of magical concealment required all 4 founders working in perfect harmony, channeling their powers through specially created artifacts that would maintain the illusion long after their deaths. With protections established, they turned to the practical matter of gathering students. In those early medieval days, magical education occurred primarily through apprenticeship or within families. Many young witches and wizards, particularly those born to Muggle parents, received no formal training at all, a dangerous situation leading to uncontrolled magical outbursts and subsequent persecution. Hufflepuff advocated sending messengers to all corners of Britain seeking children with magical abilities. Ravenclaw devised an ingenious method of detection, a great book and quill, enchanted to record the birth of every magical child within the British Isles. Gryffindor commissioned specially trained owls to deliver the first invitations, establishing a tradition that continues to the present day. Slytherin, meanwhile, created an elaborate network of magical contacts among established wizarding families, particularly those he deemed of purest blood. The first class of Hogwarts students, a mere 40 children ranging in age from 9 to 16, arrived in the autumn of 993 AD before the castle itself was fully constructed. They were housed in enchanted tents beside the lake, while the 4 founders personally instructed them in the rudimentary principles of controlled magic. Among these, first students were children who would later become significant figures in wizarding. History. Ethelred the Unsteady, whose experimental charms led to the creation of self-stirring cauldrons. Eldreda Lenormand, the first recorded animagus in Britain. And bloody Baron Lothair de Montfort, whose ghostly form would later haunt Slytherin House. The early curriculum bore little resemblance to modern magical education. Students learned not by subject, but by founder, rotating between the 4 great teachers to absorb their particular specialties. Gryffindor taught defensive magic and transfiguration. Hufflepuff instructed in herbology, magical creature care, and healing arts. Ravenclaw focused on charms, astronomy, arithmancy, and ancient runes. Slytherin taught potions, legilimency, and what would later be termed the dark arts, though in that era magic was not yet classified as dark or light, but rather as useful or dangerous. Classes were conducted primarily outdoors or in temporary wooden structures, as the castle itself was still taking form. The lake, already home to a colony of merpeople who had signed a treaty with the founders, provided ingredients for potions, and a training ground for those learning aquatic magic. The forest, not yet forbidden to students, served as both classroom and laboratory for the study of magical plants and creatures. Discipline in these early days was inconsistent, reflecting the differing philosophies of the founders. Gryffindor believed in challenging students through magical competitions and tests of courage. Hufflepuff preferred gentle correction and additional tasks to benefit the entire school community. Ravenclaw assigned complex research projects to redirect mischievous energies. Slytherin, the strictest of the 4, advocated for a system of merits and demerits that would later evolve into the house point system. As the first winter approached, the need for permanent shelter became pressing. With a dramatic flourish that magical historians still debate, Gryffindor drew his famous sword, goblin-made, with rubies the size of eggs in its hilt, and thrust it into the ground at the center of the chosen site. The earth trembled, and, from that point, the foundation stones of Hogwarts began to rise. Each founder contributed to the architectural design. Gryffindor envisioned soaring towers and grand staircases. Hufflepuff designed practical spaces, kitchens, dormitories, and comfortable common rooms. Ravenclaw incorporated astronomical features, windows placed to capture celestial alignments, and mathematically perfect proportions. Slytherin insisted upon hidden chambers, secret passages, and the dungeons where cool temperatures would preserve potion ingredients. The 4 houses of Hogwarts were established during this first year, with the founders personally selecting students who exemplified their most valued traits. Yet even in this golden age of cooperation, seeds of future conflict were being sown. Slytherin increasingly questioned the wisdom of educating those born to Muggle parents, citing instances of betrayal that had led to witch burnings. The other founders, particularly Gryffindor, vehemently opposed his growing insistence on blood purity. Despite these tensions, the first year concluded with a celebratory feast that established another enduring tradition. Hufflepuff, whose magical cooking skills remained unrivaled for centuries, prepared dishes representing the diverse backgrounds of all students. Ravenclaw enchanted the ceiling of the newly constructed Great Hall to reflect the night sky. Gryffindor provided entertainment in the form of conjured fireworks and magical music. Slytherin, ever practical, ensured the security of the gathering with protective enchantments against potential Muggle intruders. As those first students departed for their homes, many would return, some would not. The founders gazed upon what they had begun, not merely a school, but a living symbol of magical cooperation and education that would endure for a millennium and beyond. The four great wizards and witches stood upon the newly constructed astronomy tower, looking out over the grounds as twilight embraced the Scottish Highlands. Their creation was taking form, stone by stone, spell by spell. In that moment, they were united by a shared vision, a vision of a world where young witches and wizards could learn in safety and community. "We have begun something extraordinary," Hufflepuff whispered, her eyes bright with unshed tears of joy. "Something that will outlast us all," Ravenclaw agreed, her diadem gleaming in the fading light. "A fortress of learning," Slytherin mused, his calculating gaze already seeing centuries into the future. "A home for all who seek to master their gifts," Gryffindor concluded, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. Below them, the first stones of Hogwarts Castle caught the last rays of the setting sun, glowing golden against the darkening sky. The dawn of a new era in magical education, the first chapter in the incomparable history of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Sleep. Now, the next chapter of history awaits. Chapter 2. Stone by stone, the castle rose. The construction of Hogwarts Castle represents one of the most remarkable achievements in magical architecture ever recorded. Over a period of 7 years, from 993 to 1000 AD, the four founders transformed their vision into towering reality, creating a structure that would stand as a testament to their magical prowess for a millennium to come. Unlike mundane castles of the period, which required thousands of labourers toiling for decades, Hogwarts rose through a harmonious blend of conventional masonry and extraordinary magic. The founders did employ skilled magical stonemasons from across Britain and parts of Europe, but much of the castle's construction occurred through spells of such complexity that modern wizards can only speculate about their nature. The foundation, stones, enormous granite blocks quarried from the surrounding mountains, were levitated into place by Gryffindor and Ravenclaw working in tandem. Contemporary accounts describe blocks weighing several tons, floating light as goose feathers into their destined positions. These foundation stones were then permanently bonded using an alchemical mortar of Slytherin's invention, a substance that, once dried, became stronger than the stone itself and was said to be imbued with drops of freely given blood from each founder, binding the castle to their magical lineage. Hufflepuff's contribution to the foundation was perhaps the most crucial of all. A series of enchantments that allowed the castle to settle naturally into the earth without disturbing the magical ley lines that crisscrossed the property. These invisible channels of magical energy were incorporated into the castle's design, rather than disrupted, giving Hogwarts its famous living quality and explaining how the structure could later develop such seemingly impossible features as moving staircases and shifting rooms. The Great Hall, the first room fully completed, exemplifies the magical innovation of the founders. Its soaring ceiling, enchanted by Rowena Ravenclaw to reflect the sky outside, represents one of the most complex permanent illusion charms ever created. The spell does not merely project an image, but actually creates a magical window through the stone ceiling to the heavens above, allowing real starlight to filter into the hall while still protecting occupants from the elements. The 4 long house tables, crafted from ancient oak trees donated by forest spirits allied with Hufflepuff, were enchanted by Gryffindor to be virtually indestructible. Modern examination has revealed over 30 distinct protection charms layered into the wood, explaining how these tables have survived 1,000 years of magical mishaps, student pranks, and even battles within the castle walls. The high table, positioned on a raised dais at the far end of the Great Hall, was Slytherin's creation. Carved from a single massive slab of serpentine marble, the table contains subtle enchantments that allow the headmaster or headmistress to monitor conversations throughout the hall when necessary. The ornate chair at its center, the headmaster's throne, was jointly enchanted by all 4 founders to recognize the rightful leader of the school, allegedly rejecting those who would seek the position through dishonorable means. As construction progressed beyond the Great Hall, the castle's layout began to reflect the distinct personalities of its creators. Gryffindor's influence dominated the higher levels, the soaring towers with their panoramic views, and the grand, sweeping staircases, designed to shift and change, which he claimed would keep young minds alert and ready for adventure. The 7 main towers of Hogwarts, Astronomy, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, North, South, West, and the later added Divination Tower, were constructed using an ancient magical technique wherein smaller stones were transfigured to fuse together once, in place, creating seamless walls capable of withstanding both physical assault and magical attack. The enchantment of the 142 staircases, as counted in the most recent architectural survey of the castle, was perhaps Gryffindor's most ambitious contribution, requiring a complex charm that allowed solid stone to move with the fluidity of living tissue. Ravenclaw's architectural influence manifested in the precise mathematical proportions of the castle. Every arch, window, and corridor was positioned according to arithmetic principles designed to enhance the flow of magical energy throughout the structure. The library, Ravenclaw's personal project, features ceiling heights and shelf arrangements that create perfect acoustic properties, allowing whispered conversations to be heard clearly within defined areas while remaining inaudible even a few feet away. The windows of Ravenclaw Tower were crafted with crystal rather than glass, enchanted to filter and focus moonlight in patterns that facilitated complex astronomical calculations. It is said that on the winter solstice, these windows create a beam of concentrated moonlight that illuminates hidden text on the tower's central column, revealing secret knowledge Ravenclaw wished to preserve beyond her lifetime. Hufflepuff's practical nature guided the creation of the castle's extensive kitchens, dormitories, and common areas. The Hufflepuff Common Room, located near the kitchens, was the first house common room completed, a round, earthy space reminiscent of a badger's set, with warm yellow hangings and comfortable furniture designed to foster community and inclusion. The kitchens themselves represent one of Hogwarts' most ingenious features. Designed with multiple hearths and preparation areas that could accommodate the special dietary needs of various magical beings, they were constructed with permanent freshening, charms embedded in the stone to prevent food spoilage. Most notably, Hufflepuff established a permanent portal between the kitchen and the Great Hall above, allowing food to be transferred instantaneously from one to the other, a feat of spatial magic that still impresses scholars today. Slytherin's architectural contributions centered on defense and secrecy. The dungeons, extensive and labyrinthine, contained not only classrooms and the Slytherin common room, but also a network of hidden passages designed to provide escape routes should the castle ever come under attack. These passages, many now forgotten or sealed, were constructed with acoustic properties that carried sound in one direction only, allowing Slytherin and his trusted allies to monitor conversations throughout the castle. Most famously, Slytherin constructed his Chamber of Secrets during this period, concealing its entrance through complex Parseltongue passwords that only he and his descendants could utter. The chamber itself, lying deep beneath the castle, was designed not only to house his basilisk, but also to serve as a final refuge should enemies ever overrun the school. Contemporary evidence suggests that the other founders were aware of Slytherin's construction of a personal chamber, but remained ignorant of the basilisk within, a secret that would remain hidden for centuries. As the castle walls rose ever higher, the founders incorporated defensive enchantments of immense power. The outer walls were warded against direct magical attack with spells so complex that parts of their incantations were entrusted to each founder separately, ensuring that no single person could ever dismantle all of Hogwarts' protections. These original defensive enchantments have been reinforced by successive headmasters throughout the centuries, but never fundamentally altered, a testament to their effectiveness. Among the most ingenious defensive features were the gargoyles positioned at strategic points around the castle exterior. Crafted by goblin metalsmiths under Gryffindor's direction, these creatures appear to be mere decorative elements, but can animate in times of danger. The exact triggering mechanism remains one of Hogwarts' most closely guarded secrets, known only to the current headmaster or headmistress. The enchanted armor that would later line Hogwarts corridors was not part of the original construction, but was added during the later years of the founder's tenure. These suits of armor, enchanted by Gryffindor to awaken and defend the castle when summoned, have been maintained and occasionally replaced throughout the centuries, with each generation of magical metalsmiths adding their own protective spells to the original enchantments. 5 years into construction, with the main structure of the castle largely complete, attention turned to the grounds. The Black Lake, already present when the site was chosen, was deepened through magical means and formally bound to the castle, through a complex ritual performed during a lunar eclipse. This binding ensured that the creatures dwelling within its depths, most notably the giant squid and the merpeople, would serve as unofficial guardians of the school's boundaries. The Forbidden Forest, a primeval woodland already ancient when Hogwarts was founded, presented a unique challenge. Rather than clearing it, the founders chose to establish a magical covenant with the forest's sentient inhabitants. Hufflepuff, who had the greatest affinity for magical creatures, negotiated with the centaur herds, acromantula colonies, and unicorn groups, establishing boundaries and rules of engagement that have largely survived to the present day, despite occasional tensions and renegotiations. The final year of construction saw the creation of Hogwarts' most extraordinary feature, the Room of Requirement. Unlike other parts of the castle, this chamber was not the work of a single founder, but required all 4 working in perfect harmony. Each contributed aspects of the room's unique magic. Hufflepuff provided the ability to transform according to need. Ravenclaw added the limitation that it could not create food, in accordance with Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. Gryffindor incorporated defensive capabilities that would allow it to become a sanctuary in times of danger, and Slytherin ensured it would remain unplottable even within the castle itself. The quasi-sentient nature of the Room of Requirement exemplifies what makes Hogwarts unique among magical structures: its apparent consciousness. Throughout construction, the founders incorporated elements of sentience into the very stones, creating a castle that could learn, adapt, and protect its inhabitants. This was not achieved through a single grand enchantment, but through thousands of smaller spells layered throughout the construction process, gradually awakening awareness within the castle walls. In the spring of 1000 AD, as the final enchantments were being completed, the founders faced the practical challenge of how they would sort new students into their respective houses after their deaths. The solution came in the form of Godric Gryffindor's pointed wizard's hat, a seemingly unremarkable object that would become one of the wizarding world's most powerful magical artifacts. Each founder infused the hat with aspects of their consciousness and values, creating the sorting hat, an object capable of legilimency of such subtlety that it could perceive not only a student's existing qualities, but also their potential. The creation of this semi-sentient object represented one of the most advanced applications of consciousness transfer magic ever recorded, and remains a subject of study for scholars of magical artificing to this day. With the castle completed and the sorting hat created, the founders conducted a final ritual to bind the entire structure into a cohesive magical entity. On Midsummer's Eve of the year 1000, at the exact moment when magical energies reached their annual peak, the four greatest witches and wizards of the age stood at the four compass points of the castle and raised their wands in unison. Contemporary accounts describe a moment when light of four colors, ruby, emerald, sapphire, and amber, arced across the night sky, meeting above the highest tower in a blaze of pure white radiance that could be seen from 100 miles distant. When the light faded, Hogwarts Castle stood fully realized, not merely a building, but a living legacy that would endure for a millennium and beyond. In the aftermath of this final enchantment, subtle changes manifested throughout the castle. Staircases that had previously required activation charms began to move of their own accord. Doors appeared and disappeared according to schedules known only to themselves. Portraits, hung as mere decorations, began to exhibit sentience and personality. The castle had awakened. The four founders stood in the completed Great Hall, gazing up at the enchanted ceiling reflecting the star-filled summer sky. Their expressions conveyed exhaustion, pride, and perhaps a touch of wistfulness, for in completing their masterpiece they had created something that now existed beyond themselves, something that would continue to evolve according to its own intrinsic magic. "It breathes," Hufflepuff whispered, her hand pressed against a stone wall that seemed to pulse with gentle warmth. "It thinks," Ravenclaw agreed, watching as a door adjusted its position slightly to better align with the evening light. "It protects," Gryffindor added, his voice filled with satisfaction as the castle's defenses hummed with invisible power. "And it remembers," Slytherin concluded, his eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Everything we have built here, all we have created, It will remember when we are long gone from this world. The next morning, the founders gathered on the front steps of the completed castle, looking out over the grounds as the rising sun illuminated their creation. The assembled students and staff, now numbering nearly 100, watched in reverent silence as Godric Gryffindor raised his wand and spoke the words that would formally establish Hogwarts as a school. Let these walls stand as a beacon of magical learning. Let these halls echo with the footsteps of generations yet unborn. Let this castle be a home to all who seek knowledge, a sanctuary to all who need protection, and a testament to what we four, in friendship, have achieved. With those words, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry officially began its long and illustrious history. The castle stood complete, stone by stone, spell by spell, ready to fulfill its destiny as the greatest institution of magical education the world had ever known. And yet, even as the cheers of students and staff echoed across the grounds, observant witnesses might have noticed a shadow cross Salazar Slytherin's face, the first visible sign of the discord that would soon threaten everything the founders had built together. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. Chapter 3. The Serpent's Schism. Brotherhood broken. The harmony that characterized the founding of Hogwarts would not endure. As the early years of the 11th century unfolded, tensions that had simmered beneath the surface of the founders, collaboration began to erupt into open conflict. The primary source of discord centered on a fundamental question: who deserved the privilege of magical education? Salazar Slytherin's position had hardened over the first decade of Hogwarts operation. His initial caution regarding Muggle-born students evolved into outright opposition to their admission. Historical records from this period, though fragmentary, suggest that Slytherin's concerns were not entirely without basis. The early 11th century saw a resurgence of witch hunts across Britain and parts of Europe, with several incidents directly connected to Muggle-born students who had revealed magical secrets to their non-magical families, whether intentionally or through careless words. In the spring of 1008, a particular incident catalyzed the growing rift between Slytherin and the other founders. A Muggle-born student named Aldith of Lincoln returned from the winter holiday with troubling news. Her village priest had extracted a confession about Hogwarts from her younger brother. Within a fortnight, a group of witch hunters arrived in Hogsmeade village, armed with crude weapons and guided by a stolen map showing the general location of the school. The castle's protective enchantments prevented the witch hunters from finding Hogwarts itself, but their presence so close to the school created panic among students and staff. Godric Gryffindor and several senior students confronted the intruders using memory charms to erase their knowledge of the school's existence and creating the false impression that they had become lost in the Highland mists. In the aftermath of this near disaster, Salazar Slytherin called for the immediate expulsion of all Muggle-born students, arguing that their continued presence represented an existential threat to the wizarding community. Godric Gryffindor vehemently opposed this proposal, defending the right of any child with magical ability to receive proper education and training. The decisive confrontation occurred in the Great Hall, where the four founders gathered to settle the matter. Contemporary accounts preserved in the personal journal of Helga Hufflepuff describe a thunderous argument that shook the very foundations of the castle. Our walls trembled with the force of their magics, Hufflepuff wrote. Godric's voice roared like summer thunder, while Salazar's cold fury frosted the goblets upon our table. Between them stood Rowena, attempting reason where passion ruled. The hour. I sought compromise, but found no path that satisfied both extremes. Rowena Ravenclaw proposed a nuanced solution, enhanced magical screening of Muggle-born students' families, combined with more powerful memory charms to prevent inadvertent revelations. Hufflepuff suggested creating a preparatory program for Muggle-born students where they would learn the importance of secrecy before joining the main school population. Slytherin rejected both proposals, insisting that the risk remained unacceptable. His counter-proposal was stark. Hogwarts would henceforth admit only students from established wizarding families, while creating a separate, smaller institution for Muggle-born children, located far from the main castle and operating under stricter security protocols. This suggestion provoked Gryffindor's most fervent opposition. "Magic knows no parentage," he allegedly declared, drawing his famous sword for emphasis. "To divide our kind by blood is to weaken all. We stand together, or we shall surely fall divided." The debate raged for 3 days and nights, with neither Gryffindor nor Slytherin willing to compromise. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff found themselves increasingly sidelined as the conflict became personal, no longer merely about school policy, but about fundamental values and the nature of wizardkind itself. On the 4th day, the argument reached its breaking point. In the headmaster's tower, a circular chamber, jointly used by all 4 founders for administrative duties, Slytherin made his final appeal. According to an account attributed to Hankerton, Humble, an early school caretaker who claimed to have eavesdropped on the conversation, Slytherin warned of a future where wizards would be forced deep into hiding, their powers diminished through integration with Muggle society. "The old ways will be forgotten," Slytherin purportedly declared. "Our ancient magic will grow weaker with each generation of impure blood. The day will come when wizards bow to Muggles out of fear of their numbers, when we hide our greatest works rather than celebrate them openly. Is this the legacy you wish to leave, Godric? A world where magic cowers in shadows." Gryffindor's response was equally impassioned. "Better magic practiced in shadows than magic denied to those born with the gift. Would you have children untaught, their powers erupting without control? Would you create 2 societies of wizard kind, forever separate and suspicious of one another? This is not preservation, Salazar. It is the surest path to our destruction." The argument culminated in a magical duel, not fought with lethal intent, but demonstrating the philosophical gulf between the 2 wizards. Gryffindor's direct, powerful spell work contrasted with Slytherin's subtle, complex enchantments. The duel ended in stalemate, with both wizards exhausted, but neither conceding to the other's position. That night, Salazar Slytherin departed Hogwarts, but the exact circumstances of his leaving remain shrouded in uncertainty. Some historical accounts suggest he simply packed his belongings and walked away in the pre-dawn hours. Others claim a more dramatic exit, with Slytherin summoning a massive serpent to carry him across the Black Lake. What is certain is that he left behind most of his research and magical instruments, taking only his personal wand and a locket of gold bearing his mark, the letter S, inlaid with emeralds in the form of a serpent. Before leaving, however, Slytherin sealed his Chamber of Secrets, leaving within it not only the basilisk, intended as the ultimate protection against invaders, but also, according to some sources, a repository of his most advanced magical knowledge, accessible only to his true heir. This action would have profound consequences in the centuries to come. The immediate aftermath of Slytherin's departure created a crisis for the young institution. Students of Slytherin House, numbering nearly 60 at this time, found themselves without their founder and mentor. Some, particularly those from families with long-standing connections to Slytherin, threatened to leave the school in solidarity. It was Helga Hufflepuff who stabilized the situation. Setting aside her personal feelings about the conflict, she temporarily assumed responsibility for Slytherin House, assuring its students that their place at Hogwarts remained secure. Meanwhile, Ravenclaw began the process of restructuring the curriculum that Slytherin had primarily taught: potions, legilimency, and certain aspects of magical defense. Godric Gryffindor, perhaps feeling partly responsible for the schism, retreated temporarily from school governance, spending several months in the Forbidden Forest, where he was said to have communed with centaurs and other magical beings. When he returned, he brought with him a renewed commitment to making Hogwarts a place of safety for all magical children, regardless of their parentage. The first academic year following Slytherin's departure was difficult for all involved. The remaining founders worked diligently to project an image of stability and continuity, but students and staff alike felt the absence of the fourth pillar of their institution. The Slytherin dungeons seemed colder, the potions classroom eerily quiet, without its master's precise instructions echoing off the stone walls. Yet gradually a new equilibrium established itself. Ravenclaw recruited Alexios Philomel, a gifted Greek potioneer, to take over instruction in that subject. Gryffindor expanded the magical defense curriculum to include elements of Slytherin's teaching, though lacking his former colleague's expertise in certain darker aspects. Hufflepuff ensured that Slytherin's emphasis on ambitious excellence remained a core value of the house that bore his name. Still, the fracture had lasting consequences beyond the practical redistribution of teaching duties. Most significantly, the departure of Slytherin created the first major schism in the wizarding community of Britain, a division between those who supported his views on blood purity and those who opposed them. Many of Slytherin's former students carried his beliefs into their adult lives, establishing family traditions that would persist for generations. The founders never spoke publicly about the possibility of reconciliation with Slytherin. Private correspondence, however, reveals that both Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw made attempts to contact their former colleague in the years following his departure. A letter from Ravenclaw to an unnamed recipient, widely believed to be Slytherin, pleads for a meeting to heal the wound that bleeds still within the heart of our shared creation. No evidence exists that Slytherin ever responded to these overtures. Historical records place him in various locations following his departure from Hogwarts, a magical community in the marshlands of eastern England, a brief sojourn in Ireland, and eventually a semi-permanent residence somewhere in Albania, where he reportedly pursued research into forms of magic considered obscure even by the standards of his time. 16 years after Slytherin's departure, as the remaining founders approached the twilight of their careers, a curious event occurred. A young wizard arrived at Hogwarts requesting admission despite being several years older than the typical starting age. He bore a striking resemblance to Salazar Slytherin and carried a letter sealed with Slytherin's personal mark. The contents of this letter were never revealed publicly, but following a private meeting between the young man and the three founders, he was admitted as a student in Slytherin House. This student, who identified himself only as Alaric, without family name, completed 3 years of education at Hogwarts before disappearing as suddenly as he had arrived. Speculation has persisted for centuries that Alaric was Slytherin's son, or possibly even his grandson, sent to Hogwarts as a gesture of partial reconciliation, or perhaps as a spy within the institution his forefather had helped create. During Alaric's brief tenure at Hogwarts, Gryffindor's health began to decline. The great wizard, who had always embodied physical vigor and magical vitality, found his strength waning. Some contemporary accounts attribute this decline to natural aging, while others suggest a more troubling possibility, that the magical duel with Slytherin years earlier had created a lingering magical injury, one that manifested only gradually over time. Confronting his mortality, Gryffindor made a significant gesture. He presented his famous sword to the school to be used when a true Gryffindor has need of it. The enchanted blade was displayed prominently in the headmaster's office, where it would remain for centuries until its mysterious disappearance and subsequent reappearances in more recent times. Gryffindor died in the winter of 1029, surrounded by students and colleagues in the tower that bore his name. Witnesses described an extraordinary magical phenomenon at the moment of his passing. Every torch and fireplace in the castle briefly flared with crimson and gold flames, while the enchanted ceiling of the great hall displayed a meteoric light show despite it being midday. Following traditional wizarding practice, Gryffindor's wand was buried with him in a tomb on the Hogwarts grounds. His sword, however, vanished from its display case the night after his funeral, only to reappear the following morning, an early manifestation of the blade's mysterious ability to present itself to worthy Gryffindors in times of need. With Gryffindor's death, leadership of the school fell primarily to Rowena Ravenclaw, with Hufflepuff assuming responsibility for day-to-day operations. Both witches were already making preparations for their eventual succession, recognizing that the era of the founders was drawing to a close. It was during this transitional period that rumors first emerged about Helena Ravenclaw, Rowena's daughter, who had disappeared from Hogwarts several years earlier. These rumors, which would later be confirmed, suggested that Helena had stolen her mother's diadem and fled to Albania, coincidentally or not, the same region where Salazar Slytherin had reportedly taken residence. The diadem's theft weighed heavily on Rowena Ravenclaw, already in declining health. Rather than publicly acknowledge her daughter's betrayal, she maintained that the diadem was safely kept. This deception, however well-intentioned, would create centuries of confusion as generations of Ravenclaws sought a treasure that had long since disappeared from Britain. As her condition worsened, Ravenclaw sent a young baron, himself a former student who harbored unrequited love for Helena, to find her daughter and bring her home for a final reconciliation. The tragic outcome of this mission is well known. The baron, finding Helena unwilling to return, murdered her in a fit of rage before taking his own life in remorse. Both would return to Hogwarts as ghosts, their spectral forms constant reminders. Of this tragedy, Rowena Ravenclaw died without seeing her daughter again. Her passing in 1031 was marked by subtle magical phenomena throughout the castle, books rearranging themselves in the library, staircases temporarily freezing in place, and the enchanted ceiling of the great hall displaying constellations visible only in the southern hemisphere. The responsibility for Hogwarts now rested solely with Helga Hufflepuff, the last surviving founder. Though advanced in years, Hufflepuff demonstrated remarkable resilience and adaptability. Under her sole guidance, the first formal board of governors was established, creating an institutional structure that would outlast any individual. Hufflepuff also formalized the position of headmaster/headmistress, appointing Arnold Gamp, a former Hufflepuff student, as her designated successor. This transition established the tradition whereby the headmaster's position would pass not necessarily to the most powerful witch or wizard available, but to the individual who best embodied the collective values of all four founders. Before her death in 1035, Hufflepuff created what would become one of Hogwarts' most beloved traditions, the Welcome Feast. Prior to this, new students had simply begun classes alongside returning pupils with minimal ceremony. Hufflepuff instituted a formal welcome with the sorting ceremony as its centerpiece, followed by a feast featuring dishes from all parts of Britain, symbolizing the diverse backgrounds from which students came. The passing of Helga Hufflepuff, peaceful, in her sleep after a final evening spent in her beloved gardens, marked the true end of the Founders' era. Each founder was honored with a memorial on the school grounds, Gryffindor's tomb near the Quidditch pitch he had established, Ravenclaw's memorial in the form of a bronze eagle at the entrance to the library, Hufflepuff's statue overlooking the herb gardens and greenhouses. Notably absent was any official memorial for Salazar Slytherin, whether out of respect for the schism he had chosen or uncertainty about his ultimate fate. Rumors of his death had reached Britain, though without confirmation. The remaining founders left this matter unresolved. Yet Slytherin's legacy continued within the school he had helped create. His house endured, producing generation after generation of ambitious and resourceful witches and wizards. The dungeons he had designed remained largely unchanged, preserving architectural and magical elements that reflected his unique perspective. And somewhere deep beneath the castle, unknown to all but Slytherin himself, the Chamber of Secrets waited, a physical manifestation of the schism that had divided the founders, a wound in the heart of Hogwarts that would fester for centuries to come. As the last echoes of the founders' voices faded from Hogwarts halls, the institution they had created continued to evolve. The schism between Slytherin and his colleagues became part of the school's complex legacy, a cautionary tale, a historical curiosity, and for some, a rallying point for ideologies that would repeatedly threaten the wizarding world's peace in the centuries ahead. Yet despite this fracture at its heart, Hogwarts endured. The castle stood firm upon its rocky promontory, its lights shining across the dark waters of the lake, a beacon of magical learning that welcomed generation after generation of young witches and wizards. The founder's vision, even with its contradictions and conflicts, had taken root too deeply to be uprooted by the departure of one man, no matter how brilliant or influential. And so Hogwarts entered its post-founder era, carrying forward both the ideals that had united Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, and the tensions that had ultimately divided them, a living testament to the complex, contradictory nature of human ambition and human connection. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. Chapter 4, of customs, crests, and curious ways. With the passing of the founders, Hogwarts entered a crucial transitional period. The castle stood complete, its basic curriculum established, and its houses defined, but many of the traditions, symbols and customs that would come to define the Hogwarts experience were still in their infancy or had yet to be conceived. The century following Hufflepuff's death in 1035 saw the gradual establishment of these enduring elements of Hogwarts culture as the school evolved from the personal vision of 4 extraordinary individuals into an institution with its own identity and momentum. Arnold Gamp, appointed by Hufflepuff as the first official headmaster, faced the formidable task of preserving the founders' legacy while guiding Hogwarts into its next phase. A methodical, diplomatic wizard who had studied under all 4 founders, Gamp recognized that symbolic continuity would be essential to maintaining the school's cohesion after such monumental losses. His first significant initiative was the formalization of the house crests and colors. While each house had already developed informal associations with certain colors and animal symbols during the founder's lifetime, these had never been officially codified. Working with magical artisans from across Europe, Gamp commissioned the creation of banners, shields, and other heraldic elements that would visually represent each house's identity. The Gryffindor lion, rampant on a field of deep crimson, was inspired by Godric's own wax seal, which he had used to authenticate official correspondence. The Hufflepuff badger, rendered in black against a warm yellow background, had been a personal totem of Helga's, representing diligence and community. The Ravenclaw eagle, not a raven despite the house name, soaring against deep blue symbolized the elevated thinking and perspective that Rowena had prized. And the Slytherin serpent, silver against emerald green, perpetuated Salazar's connection to serpents and his Parseltongue abilities. These crests were unveiled at the start of the 1037 academic year, hung with great ceremony in the Great Hall. The magical tapestries not only displayed the house emblems, but would also track house points, a system Gamp formalized from what had previously been a more informal recognition of student achievements and infractions. The House Point system, with its annual competition culminating in the awarding of the House Cup, quickly became a central motivating force in student life. The enchanted hourglasses tracking these points, giant vessels filled with rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and amber stones, were installed in the entrance hall in 1039, created by the renowned magical artificer Quentin Quartz. House rivalry, which had existed in a friendly form during the Founders' era, intensified once these points became visible daily representations of each house's standing. Headmaster Gamp found himself frequently intervening to ensure that competition remained productive rather than divisive, establishing guidelines that prohibited the deduction of house points for personal vendettas or trivial matters. The school motto, Draco dormiens nunquam titillandus, never tickle a sleeping dragon, was adopted during this period, allegedly from a favourite saying of Godric Gryffindor's that cautioned against unnecessary risk-taking. The phrase was incorporated into the school crest, which united elements from all 4 houses around a central letter, H, symbolizing how Hogwarts itself transcended house divisions. With these visual elements established, Gamp turned his attention to academic and social traditions. The examination system, which had been somewhat informal under the Founders, was standardized. Fifth-year ordinary wizarding levels, OWLs, and seventh-year nastily exhausting wizarding tests, NEWTs, were introduced in 1041, creating benchmarks that would define magical education for the next millennium. These examinations were not merely internal Hogwarts assessments, but were designed in consultation with the broader wizarding community. Representatives from various magical professions, healing, magical law enforcement, magical creature management, and others, contributed questions and skill evaluations that would test students' readiness for post-Hogwarts careers. The first OWL examinations proved challenging for students accustomed to less formal assessment. Historical records indicate that only 63% of fifth years passed all their examinations, leading to a substantial curriculum revision the following year. By contrast, NEWT results were more favorable, perhaps because only those students confident in their abilities chose to continue to the advanced level. Social traditions developed alongside academic structures. The founders had established the basic framework of the house system, but many of the specific customs associated with each house emerged during this post-founder period. The practice of password-protected entrances to common rooms, for instance, began as a Slytherin innovation around 1045, prompted by concerns about inter-house pranking. Within a decade, Gryffindor had adopted a similar system, while Ravenclaw opted for riddles rather than passwords, reflecting their value of wit and learning. Hufflepuff notably refused to restrict access to their common room with passwords or puzzles, maintaining Helga's philosophy of inclusion. Instead, they developed the unique system of tapping barrels in a specific rhythm, incorrect attempts resulting in a vinegar dousing for the would-be intruder, a mechanism created by potions master Laurietta Latrell in 1052. House Ghost Associations, which would become an integral part of Hogwarts tradition, solidified during this era. The Grey Lady, Helena Ravenclaw, and the Bloody Baron had already established connections with their respective houses during the founder's lifetime. Nearly headless Nick, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy-Porpington, executed in 1492, would join Gryffindor House much later. The Fat Friar, however, became associated with Hufflepuff House in 1047 after his spectral form was discovered in the kitchens, where he had apparently been attempting to bless the food stores. The connection between these ghosts and their houses was not arbitrary, but reflected deeper value alignments. The Grey Lady's intellectual pride and the burden of her betrayal resonated with Ravenclaw's pursuit of knowledge and wisdom. The Bloody Baron's remorse and self-imposed penance for Helena's murder spoke to Slytherin's themes of consequence and responsibility. The Fat Friar's generous nature and unjust execution, reportedly for healing muggles using magic, embodied Hufflepuff's values of kindness and fairness. Quidditch, which had existed in primitive form during the Founders' era, evolved into a central feature of Hogwarts life under Headmaster Cyrus Weaselby, who succeeded Gamp in 1063. A keen enthusiast of the sport, Weaselby established the Inter-House Quidditch Cup in 1064, designing the competition format still used today. The original Quidditch pitch, constructed on Gryffindor's instruction, was substantially upgraded with permanent spectator stands, professional-grade hoops, and magically regulated playing conditions. The first inter-house Quidditch final, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, reportedly lasted 3 days and ended with a score of 270-260 in favour of Gryffindor. The rivalry between these particular houses on the Quidditch pitch quickly intensified, establishing a pattern that would persist for centuries. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, while initially less competitive in the sport, developed their own approaches to the game. Ravenclaw became known for tactical innovation and strategic play, while Hufflepuff emphasized teamwork and fair competition. By the tournament's 10th anniversary, all four houses had claimed the cup at least once, establishing the pattern of rotating success that has characterized the competition ever since. The uniform policy, another enduring Hogwarts tradition, was formalized in 1073 under headmistress Edessa Sackendenberg. Prior to this, students had dressed according to their families' means and customs, creating noticeable disparities. Sackendenberg, concerned about the social divisions this reinforced, instituted the standard black robes with house-colored accents that remain the Hogwarts uniform to this day. This standardization served multiple purposes. It reduced visible economic differences between students, created a sense of school unity that transcended house divisions, and incorporated practical magical features, such as self-cleaning charms and temperature-regulating enchantments that benefited all students equally. The Hogwarts Library, which had begun as Rowena Ravenclaw's personal collection, supplemented by donations from the other founders, underwent significant expansion during this period. Librarian Valerius Quill, appointed in 1082, established the cataloguing system still in use today, a complex magical index that allows books to be summoned by subject, author, title, or even specific content references. Under Quill's direction, the restricted section was formally established, securing books deemed too dangerous for general student access. The criteria for restriction were carefully considered, balancing educational value against potential misuse. The system of professor-signed permission notes for accessing these materials was instituted in 1087 after an incident involving a fourth-year student who accidentally gave himself elephant tusks while attempting advanced human transfiguration. Holiday traditions, which would become beloved aspects of the Hogwarts experience, developed gradually during this century. The Christmas feast, established under Helga Hufflepuff's guidance, expanded to include the tradition of crackers containing magical surprises, an innovation credited to Transfiguration Professor Gertrude Goshawk in 1092. The practice of decorating the Great Hall with 12 enormous Christmas trees began in 1101, when groundskeeper Harfang Munter, himself half-giant, established a relationship with the giants of the northern mountains, who provided the massive evergreens as a gesture of goodwill, the enchanted snow falling from the ceiling, but evaporating before reaching the tables, was added by Charms Master Balfour Bane in 1119. Halloween celebrations, particularly significant in wizarding culture, were formalized with the first great hall feast specifically dedicated to the holiday in 1076. The traditional floating pumpkins, carved with ever-changing faces, were introduced by herbology professor Philida Spore, who developed a magical cultivar of pumpkins specifically for the purpose. The end-of-year feast, with its announcement of the House Cup winner and dramatic decoration change to the winning house's colors, became a fixture of Hogwarts life during this period. This tradition, more than any other, served to bring closure to each academic cycle and reinforce the sense of fresh beginning that would come with the new year. Disciplinary practices also evolved during this post-founder century. The four founders had each managed discipline differently within their houses, but as Hogwarts grew, a more consistent approach became necessary. Detention in its modern form, supervised activities of a correctional or punitive nature, was established in 1055 under Headmaster Gamp. Early detention activities included cauldron cleaning, trophy polishing, and ingredient preparation for the potion's master, all without magical assistance. The Forbidden Forest detentions, which would later become controversial, were not originally part of the disciplinary system, but were added in the mid-1200s, during a period when the forest boundaries needed regular patrolling against encroaching magical threats. Staff positions and hierarchies solidified during this period as well. The role of deputy headmaster, headmistress was established in 1067, providing both administrative support and a clear succession plan for school leadership. The heads of houses, initially appointed based solely on personal connection to the founders' values, evolved into positions typically held by professors who taught subjects traditionally associated with their house's strengths. The position of caretaker, responsible for physical maintenance of the castle, was formalized in 1078 with expanded duties that included enforcement of school rules outside of classroom hours. The groundskeeper role, separated from the caretaker, position in 1095 focused specifically on the management of Hogwarts' extensive grounds, the Forbidden Forest boundaries, and the various magical plants and creatures inhabiting these areas. Perhaps most importantly, this period saw the establishment of the four house values that would guide student development for centuries to come. While the founders had embodied certain traits, the formal articulation of these values, bravery for Gryffindor, loyalty for Hufflepuff, wisdom for Ravenclaw, and ambition for Slytherin, provided clearer guidance for both the Sorting Hat and the students themselves. These values were not merely abstract concepts, but were integrated into the daily life of each house through specific practices and traditions. Gryffindor's common room, for instance, developed a custom whereby each new student would publicly declare a fear they hoped to overcome during their time at Hogwarts. Hufflepuff instituted a mentoring system that paired older students with first years to ensure no one felt isolated or unsupported. Ravenclaw's tradition of weekly philosophical debates in their common room began during this period, as did their custom of adding a personal book to the house's private library upon graduation. Slytherin developed perhaps the most elaborate system of internal hierarchy, with positions of respect earned through demonstrations of magical skill, academic achievement, or social influence, a meritocratic approach that rewarded the house's core value of ambition. By 1135, a century after Helga Hufflepuff's death, Hogwarts had evolved from the personal project of four extraordinary individuals into a robust institution with its own momentum and identity. The founder's vision remained at its core, but that vision had been interpreted, expanded, and occasionally redirected by generations of students, professors, and headmasters. The castle itself had become more than simply a building. It had developed a quasi-sentient character responsive to the needs and activities of its inhabitants. Staircases changed direction based on traffic patterns and student schedules. Rooms appeared or disappeared according to the school's requirements. Portraits offered advice or warnings to lost students. Hogwarts had become, in a very real sense, alive. This living quality extended beyond the physical structure to the traditions, customs, and values that had taken root within its walls. Each generation of students inherited these cultural elements, internalizing them during their 7 years at the school and passing them on, sometimes with subtle modifications, to those who followed. The system established during this crucial century proved remarkably durable. While specific rules, educational approaches, and administrative structures would evolve over the subsequent millennium, the fundamental organization of Hogwarts into 4 houses, each with its distinct identity and values, remained constant. This durability speaks to the wisdom of those post-founder leaders who recognized that Hogwarts needed to transition from the direct personal authority of its creators to a more institutional form of continuity. By embedding the founders' values into visible symbols, regular practices, and shared experiences, they ensured that the essence of Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin would continue to shape young witches and wizards long after the founders themselves had passed into history. As the medieval period progressed, these customs, crests, and curious ways became ever more firmly established. What had once been novel innovations became hallowed traditions, their origins gradually obscured by the mists of time until they seemed to have always been part of Hogwarts, as natural and necessary as the stones of the castle itself. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. Chapter 5. Through darkened ages, magic persevered. The 12th through 16th centuries marked a period of unprecedented challenge for the wizarding world. As Europe descended into what Muggle historians would later term the Dark Ages, the magical community faced its own parallel struggles. Witch hunts intensified, magical knowledge was threatened, and internal conflicts divided those who might otherwise have stood united against common threats. Throughout these tumultuous centuries, Hogwarts served as both sanctuary and beacon, preserving magical education despite the darkness gathering beyond its walls. The most immediate external threat came from the growing witch-hunting movement across Europe. While many accused witches in Muggle communities were in fact non-magical people falsely identified, genuine witches and wizards increasingly found themselves targeted. The Burning Times, as they became known in wizarding history, posed complex challenges for the magical community, not merely physical danger, but fundamental questions about how to relate to the Muggle world. Hogwarts' response to these threats evolved over time. Initially, under Headmaster Everard Rosier, 1142-1164, the school adopted a policy of strict isolation. The protective enchantments surrounding the castle were reinforced with additional layers of Muggle-repelling charms extending farther into the surrounding countryside. Students were forbidden from visiting Hogsmeade Village without staff escort, and holidays became periods of heightened vigilance for families with school-aged children. These protective measures, while necessary, created new challenges. Identifying and safely extracting Muggle-born magical children became increasingly difficult as witch-hunting hysteria spread. The Hogwarts Quill and Book, which automatically recorded magical births throughout Britain, could identify these children, but reaching them before they manifested uncontrolled magic and potentially exposed themselves to danger required an organized approach. This led to the establishment of the Accidental Magic Reversal Squad in 1165, a specialized team of witches and wizards tasked with monitoring instances of underage magic, particularly in Muggle communities. While primarily focused on containing and concealing magical incidents, the squad also served as an early warning system, identifying Muggle-born children who would need protection and education. For Hogwarts-aged students from Muggle families, the school developed elaborate extraction protocols. Trusted representatives, often disguised as traveling scholars or distant relatives, would approach families to explain their child's abilities. When cooperation was impossible, more direct magical intervention became necessary, including confundus charms and modified memory spells to create the impression that the child had been accepted to a prestigious but entirely mundane boarding school. These measures, while ethically questionable by modern standards, saved numerous young witches and wizards from persecution while preserving the statute of secrecy. Historical records from this period contain dozens of accounts of rescue operations conducted by Hogwarts staff, sometimes at considerable personal risk. One particularly dramatic instance occurred in 1231 when charms professor Hesper Starkey extracted 3 magical siblings from a village near Norwich where their parents had been arrested on suspicion of witchcraft. Starkey not only secured the children, but also managed to stage a miraculous escape for the parents, relocating the entire family to a wizarding settlement in the Hebrides where they could live openly as magical practitioners. Within Hogwarts itself, security measures became increasingly sophisticated. The castle's main gates, previously enchanted merely to recognize those with legitimate business at the school, were reinforced with additional protections against forced entry. Headmistress Phillida Spore, 1408-1433, installed the gargoyles that still flank the entrance today, enchanted to animate and defend the castle when triggered by specific threats. The Forbidden Forest, always a dangerous place, became even more closely monitored during this period. As relations between the wizarding and Muggle communities deteriorated, various magical creatures, driven from their traditional territories by human expansion, sought refuge in the forest's depths. Centaurs, displaced from the continent by warfare and persecution, established their colony in the forest during the late 1200s, following negotiations with headmaster Hankerton Humble. More problematic were the acromantula colonies that appeared in the mid-1300s, believed to have been deliberately introduced by a Defense Against the Dark Arts professor conducting controversial research. These enormous spiders, highly intelligent and voraciously carnivorous, rapidly established themselves in the deepest parts of the forest, creating a permanent danger that would influence forest management policies for centuries to come. Academics, life at Hogwarts adapted to these external pressures. The curriculum placed increased emphasis on defensive magic and concealment charms, reflecting the practical necessities of surviving in an increasingly hostile world. Potions study expanded to include more medicinal applications, as St. Mungo's Hospital, founded in the 1500s, had not yet been established, making self-sufficient healing knowledge essential. Perhaps most significantly, Hogwarts during this period developed what would later be termed the Knowledge Preservation Mandate, a systematic effort to collect and protect magical knowledge that might otherwise be lost to persecution and book burning. The Hogwarts Library, already substantial, expanded dramatically as volumes were salvaged from abandoned magical dwellings, purchased from wizarding families forced into hiding, or rescued from Muggle authorities who had seized them as evidence of witchcraft. Librarian Lucretia Leach, in 1272-1335, pioneered specialized preservation charms that protected books against fire, water damage, and deliberate destruction. Her successor, Bartholomew Binns, an ancestor of the ghostly Professor Binns who would later teach history of magic, expanded these protections to include resistance against magical tampering. By the mid-1400s, the Hogwarts Library had become not merely an educational resource, but a crucial repository of magical knowledge for all of Britain. This preservation effort extended beyond books to magical artifacts, specimens, and even living magical species. The Room of Requirement became an unofficial vault of necessity during periods of most intense persecution, housing everything from rare potion ingredients to magical creatures whose continued existence was threatened. Headmaster Quintin Trimble, 1247 to 1282, established the precursor to the modern Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, specifically to coordinate these preservation efforts. These external challenges were compounded by internal conflicts within the wizarding community itself. The legacy of Salazar Slytherin's views on blood purity gained renewed vigor during periods when Muggle persecution seemed to validate his concerns about cross-community relations. Particularly within certain pureblood families, the argument that Slytherin had been right all along gained traction, creating tensions that sometimes spilled over into open conflict. The first documented duel between students explicitly motivated by blood status occurred in 1312, when Osgood Nott, a Slytherin prefect from a notable pure-blood family, and William Fletcher, a Muggle-born Gryffindor, engaged in an unauthorized magical battle that left both seriously injured and resulted in significant damage to the Transfiguration courtyard. Both students were suspended for a full term, but the incident reflected deeper divides that would continue to trouble the school. Hogwarts leadership during this period generally attempted to maintain a balanced position on these issues. While firmly rejecting the most extreme pure-blood supremacist views, many headmasters and headmistresses acknowledged legitimate concerns about security and advocated for caution in Muggle-wizard relations. This nuanced approach helped prevent major factional conflicts within the school, but did little to resolve the underlying ideological tensions. These tensions manifested most visibly in the recurring controversy over the Chamber of Secrets. Although the Chamber's existence remained officially unconfirmed, rumors persisted throughout the centuries. During particularly troubled periods, such as the Great Burning of 1437, when 11 confirmed witches were executed in a single week in Yorkshire, these rumors would resurface, often accompanied by anonymous messages supporting Slytherin's original position on Muggle-born students. No confirmed openings of the chamber occurred during this period, suggesting that if Slytherin's true heir was among the student population, they either lacked the knowledge to access the chamber or chose not to release its rumored contents. Nevertheless, the persistent legend served as a psychological pressure point, periodically reminding the Hogwarts community of the unresolved schism at the heart of the school's founding. Educational methods evolved significantly during these challenging centuries. Prior to the 1300s, magical education at Hogwarts had followed the general medieval pattern. Students studied directly with masters in an apprentice-like relationship, with limited standardization across subjects. Beginning with Headmaster Everard the Elder, 1308-1342, a more structured approach emerged, with clearly defined year levels, standardized examinations, and a core curriculum required of all students, regardless of their anticipated specialization. This educational reform coincided with broader changes in the wizarding world's approach to magical knowledge. The International Confederation of Wizards, established in 1289, though not recognized by all wizarding governments until much later, began promoting standardized magical education as a means of preventing dangerous magical accidents and maintaining secrecy. Hogwarts, as one of the oldest and most prestigious magical schools, played a significant role in developing these standards. The four-house system remained central to Hogwarts life, but its implementation evolved. House-specific dormitories, originally intended simply as living quarters, developed increasingly distinct characters reflecting their founders' values. By the late 1400s, each house common room had accumulated unique enchantments, architectural features, and traditions that reinforced its particular ethos. The Gryffindor common room, with its roaring fireplace and red and gold motif, emphasized warmth and bold display. Trophy cases installed during this period showcased house achievements, particularly in Quidditch and dueling competitions. The circular room's windows, enhanced with subtle magnification charms by headmistress Dilys Derwent, provided sweeping views of the grounds, reinforcing the Gryffindor values of broad perspective and engagement with the world. Hufflepuff's common room evolved in a different direction, emphasizing comfort and community. The round doorways and porthole windows reflected the room's inspiration, a badger's set, while copper accents and potted plants created a warm, earthy atmosphere. During Helga Hufflepuff's lifetime, the common room had featured a single large hearth. By the 1500s, this had been supplemented with smaller fireplaces throughout the space, creating intimate gathering areas where students could converse in smaller groups. The Ravenclaw common room developed the most elaborate intellectual features. The domed ceiling, painted with stars in the 1390s by astronomy professor Aurora Sinistra, was enchanted to show not merely the current night sky, as in the Great Hall, but constellations as they would appear from different global locations, and even different time periods, a tool for advanced astronomical study. The private library nooks, each dedicated to a different field of magical study, provided spaces for focused research beyond the resources of the main library. Slytherin's common room, located partially beneath the lake, underwent the most dramatic physical transformation. The original windows, which provided murky views into the lake's depths, were enhanced with clarity charms that transformed them into spectacular portals to underwater life. The green-tinged light and occasional shadows of passing lake creatures created an atmosphere both mysterious and serene. Secret passages leading from the common room to various parts of the dungeon complex, some discovered, others still hidden, reflected Slytherin's value of resourcefulness and hidden knowledge. The evolution of these spaces reflected a broader pattern. As external threats increased, Hogwarts turned inward, developing richer internal communities and traditions that could sustain magical culture even when outside expression became dangerous. House identity, already strong during the Founders' era, intensified during these centuries of challenge, providing students with a sense of belonging and continuity in uncertain times. This intensification occasionally led to problematic levels of inter-house rivalry. The Slytherin-Gryffindor antagonism, always the most pronounced, escalated to concerning levels during the 1400s, with several incidents of serious hexing in corridors and at least one case of deliberate sabotage during a critical examination. Headmaster Vindictus Viridian, 1454-1489, implemented the first formal house point system specifically to channel this competitive energy in more productive directions. Quidditch emerged as another constructive outlet for house rivalries. The original pitch established during the Founders' era underwent significant renovations in 1368, funded by a donation from the Malfoy family, whose connection to Slytherin House was already well established. The new facility featured enchanted spectator stands with weather protection charms, professional-grade goal hoops, and a permanently enchanted playing surface that could repair itself after matches. The Quidditch Cup competition intensified during this period, with teams developing distinctive playing styles that reflected their house values. Gryffindor favored bold, direct offensive strategies. Hufflepuff emphasized coordinated teamwork and balanced formations. Ravenclaw became known for tactical innovation and complex play patterns. Slytherin developed a reputation for cunning misdirection and strategic fouling, the latter becoming so problematic that the Slytherin rule was implemented in 1422, automatically awarding penalty shots for certain aggressive maneuvers. Beyond sports, houses competed through academic achievement, with the House Cup serving as the ultimate recognition of collective success. The award ceremony, held during the final feast of each academic year, evolved into an elaborate spectacle during this period. The Great Hall's decoration would transform to the winning house's colours, accompanied by magical displays appropriate to the house's emblem: roaring lions for Gryffindor, badgers emerging from the floor for Hufflepuff, eagles soaring overhead for Ravenclaw, or serpents winding around the pillars for Slytherin. This focus on internal competition and community helped sustain Hogwarts through the darkest periods of external threat, but it also created isolation from the broader magical world. By the mid-1500s, this isolation had become a concern for forward-thinking educators who recognized that Britain's magical community needed to maintain connections with international developments in magical theory and practice. Headmistress Eupraxia Mole, 1534-1561, took the first significant steps to reverse this isolation, establishing exchange programs with Beauxbatons Academy in France and Durmstrang Institute in the far north. These exchanges were limited in scope, typically involving only 1 or 2 students per year, but they created crucial channels for the exchange of magical knowledge during a period when such connections were otherwise difficult to maintain. The international perspective these exchanges provided was particularly valuable as Europe entered the Renaissance period. While the wizarding world had never experienced the same level of knowledge loss as Muggle society during the Dark Ages, thanks largely to institutions like Hogwarts preserving magical learning, it had nonetheless become somewhat stagnant in certain fields. Exposure to different magical traditions and techniques stimulated new research and innovation. The late 1500s saw the beginning of what magical historians would later call the British Magical Renaissance, a period of accelerated discovery and innovation centered around Hogwarts and its graduates. This Renaissance coincided with decreased Muggle witch-hunting activity in Britain, though persecution continued elsewhere, allowing the magical community to emerge cautiously from its defensive posture and engage more actively with magical development. As the 16th century drew to a close, Hogwarts stood at a transitional moment. The worst of the external threats had receded, though caution remained necessary. The school had not merely survived the challenges of the preceding centuries, but had evolved in response to them, developing stronger internal communities, more structured educational approaches, and a deeper sense of its role as preserver and transmitter of magical knowledge. The castle itself bore the physical marks of this journey. New towers had been added to accommodate expanding educational needs. The original protective enchantments had been layered with centuries of additional spells, creating a magical defense system of extraordinary complexity. Generations of magical artifacts, portraits, and enchanted features had accumulated within the walls, giving Hogwarts a depth of character unique even among magical buildings. More subtly, the quasi-sentient nature of the castle had developed further during these challenging centuries. Hogwarts had learned, through repeated exposure to external threats, to protect its inhabitants in increasingly sophisticated ways. Rooms would appear when needed, passages would adjust to provide safer routes during emergencies, and the very stones seemed capable of distinguishing friend from foe. As students and staff gathered in the Great Hall for the final feast of 1599, gazing up at an enchanted ceiling showing a clear, starry night despite the winter storm raging outside, they participated in a tradition that had sustained magical education through some of its darkest hours. Hogwarts had persevered, adapting and evolving while maintaining its essential character as a sanctuary of magical learning. The next century would bring new challenges, the formalization of secrecy through the International Statute of Wizarding. Secrecy, the continued evolution of magical theory and practice, and changing relationships between the wizarding and Muggle worlds. But Hogwarts faced these future challenges from a position of hard-won strength, carrying forward the accumulated wisdom and resilience of 6 centuries of magical education. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. Chapter 6. Enlightenment's dawn upon ancient towers. The 17th and 18th centuries witnessed a remarkable transformation in both Muggle and magical societies. As the Age of Enlightenment swept through Europe, bringing with it scientific inquiry, philosophical advancement, and cultural refinement, the wizarding world experienced its own parallel renaissance. Hogwarts, standing at the crossroads of tradition and innovation, played a pivotal role in this magical enlightenment, a period when ancient knowledge was re-examined, new magical theories flourished, and the relationship between magical and Muggle societies was fundamentally reconfigured. The catalyst for this transformation came from an unexpected source: the increasing sophistication of Muggle science. As Muggles developed more systematic approaches to understanding the natural world, the boundary between ordinary and magical phenomena became more clearly defined. Practices that had once been dismissed as superstition or witchcraft began to find explanation in Muggle terms, while true magical activity became more conspicuous by its difference from scientific principles. This development created both opportunity and danger for the wizarding community. The opportunity lay in reduced persecution. As rational explanation replaced superstition, fewer innocent Muggles and occasionally wizards faced accusation of witchcraft. The danger lay in increased risk of exposure as Muggles better understood natural laws. Genuine violations of those laws through magic became more obvious. Against this backdrop, the International Confederation of Wizards convened an historic summit in 1689, culminating in the adoption of the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, a comprehensive agreement establishing formal separation between magical and Muggle societies. This statute, ratified by wizarding governments worldwide, though with significant resistance from certain regions, mandated complete concealment of magical activity from Muggle awareness, with only strictly regulated exceptions for essential interactions. For Hogwarts, the Statute of Secrecy necessitated sweeping changes. The most immediate practical concern was student transportation. The traditional method of individual families escorting their children to the school had become increasingly problematic as Muggle transportation networks expanded. Headmistress Dilys Derwent, 1741-1768 instituted the predecessor of the modern Hogwarts Express, arranging for enchanted coaches to collect students from designated gathering points throughout Britain. These coaches, invisible to Muggle eyes, would converge on Hogsmeade Station before the start of each term. The Hogwarts Express itself, that iconic scarlet steam engine, would not be introduced until 1827, when Minister for Magic, Ottoline Gamble, purchased the locomotive from Muggles and had it extensively enchanted. Before this innovation, however, the network of magical coaches established by Derwent served the essential function of bringing students safely to school without violating the Statute of Secrecy. Protection of the school itself required enhancement of existing magical barriers. While Hogwarts had always maintained protective enchantments against Muggle intrusion, the statute demanded more comprehensive measures. A permanent team of Ministry Obliviators was stationed in Hogsmeade from 1692 to 1705, tasked with modifying the memories of any Muggles who came too close to discovering the school's existence. After several years without incident, this team was reduced to a single rotating position, which continues in some form to the present day. Beyond these practical adjustments, Hogwarts faced a more profound challenge, redefining its educational mission for an age of formal separation from Muggle society. Prior to the statute, magical education had maintained at least peripheral awareness of Muggle developments, if only as a matter of practical necessity for students who would need to navigate both worlds. Now, with official policy mandating separation, the question arose, should Hogwarts continue to teach about Muggle society at all? This question sparked one of the most significant curricular debates in the school's history. Conservative elements, particularly among pureblood families with traditional connections to Slytherin House, argued for elimination of all Muggle-related content from the curriculum. Their opposition came not only from progressives concerned about practical knowledge, but also from academics who recognized that complete ignorance of Muggle society would actually increase the risk of accidental exposure. The compromise that emerged established Muggle studies as a discrete elective subject, formally recognizing the importance of such knowledge while not requiring it of all students. Professor Mordecus Egg, appointed as the first dedicated Muggle Studies professor in 1697, developed a curriculum focused primarily on helping magical students navigate Muggle environments without drawing attention. His textbook, The Philosophy of the Mundane, Why Muggles Prefer Not to Know, became standard reading for generations of students. This period also saw significant developments in core magical education. The standardization of magical theory, begun in the previous centuries, accelerated dramatically. Headmaster Everard, 1703-1740, introduced the first comprehensive 7-year curriculum plan, organizing subject matter into a coherent progression from basic principles to advanced applications. This structure, with periodic revisions to reflect new discoveries, remains the foundation of Hogwarts education. Transfiguration theory underwent particular advancement during this period. Falco Asselon, appointed Transfiguration Master in 1704, developed the 5 principal exceptions to Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, a theoretical framework defining the fundamental limitations of transfigurative magic. Prior to Asselon's work, these limitations had been understood primarily through practice and failure. His systematic articulation of the principles behind these limitations represented a major advance in magical theory. Charms education, similarly, evolved from a collection of specific spells into a coherent theoretical discipline. Professor Elfriede Clagg's revolutionary approach, emphasizing underlying magical principles rather than rote memorization of incantations, transformed the subject into one of intellectual rigor. Her classification system for charm types, separating enchantments, long-lasting spells on objects, jinxes, minor malevolent magic, hexes, moderate dark magic, and curses, the most powerful negative magic, provided conceptual clarity that advanced both teaching and research. Potions instruction benefited from cross-cultural exchange, as European magical traditions encountered knowledge from other regions. Headmistress Dilys Derwent, herself a renowned healer before assuming leadership of Hogwarts, encouraged this exchange by recruiting potions masters from diverse backgrounds. Under her guidance, the Hogwarts potions curriculum incorporated techniques from Native American, West African, and East Asian magical traditions, creating a truly global approach to the discipline. The study of defense against the dark arts gained renewed importance as magical threats evolved. While Muggle witch hunting had declined, dark wizards had not disappeared. Indeed, some historians argue that the Statute of Secrecy inadvertently facilitated dark magic by reducing outside scrutiny of the wizarding world. Whatever the cause, the 17th and 18th centuries witnessed several notable dark wizards, whose activities influenced the defense curriculum. Most infamous was Emmerich the Evil, whose brief but destructive campaign of magical violence in the 1730s led to the first specialized training in counter curses at Hogwarts. Following Emmerich's eventual defeat by Egbert the Egregious, Professor Damocles' role introduced practical defensive dueling to the upper year curriculum, a controversial innovation that some parents considered too dangerous, but that proved invaluable for students who later faced genuine threats. Astronomy, always a cornerstone of magical education, expanded significantly during this period thanks to magical adaptations of Muggle telescopic technology. Professor Aurora Borealis, appointed in 1724, created the first deep space magnification charms, allowing students to observe celestial phenomena far beyond the reach of contemporary Muggle instruments. These magical advantages in observation contributed to wizarding astronomers making discoveries that would not be confirmed in the Muggle world for centuries, though such knowledge was carefully restricted to prevent disruption of Muggle scientific development. Herbology and the care of magical creatures both benefited from global exploration during this era, as wizarding explorers accompanied, or sometimes secretly joined, Muggle expeditions to previously uncharted regions. They discovered new magical plants and animals. Many of these specimens found their way to Hogwarts, where the greenhouses expanded to accommodate exotic species, and the grounds were modified to provide appropriate habitats for creatures from diverse environments. The Hogwarts Library underwent significant reorganization during this period. The knowledge preservation efforts of previous centuries had resulted in a vast but somewhat disorganized collection. Librarian Lucinda Thomsonical-Pocus, 1744-1801, implemented the first comprehensive cataloguing system using both magical and mundane organizational principles to create a library where knowledge could be efficiently accessed rather than merely preserved. Perhaps most significantly, the restricted section was formally established as a distinct area rather than simply a collection of labeled books. Entrance was controlled by age-limited wards in addition to the traditional requirement for professor authorization. This change reflected a growing recognition that certain knowledge was not merely dangerous in the wrong hands, but potentially harmful even to well-intentioned students without sufficient magical maturity. The physical castle itself evolved to accommodate these educational developments. The North Tower, previously used primarily for storage, was renovated in 1715 to create additional classroom space. The dungeons were expanded in 1723, adding specialized laboratories for advanced potions research. Most dramatically, the astronomy tower was completely rebuilt in 1749, replacing the original structure with a taller, more stable platform equipped with permanent mounting points for magical telescopes. These renovations were funded partly through the establishment of the Hogwarts Trust, a financial endowment created in 1721 by a consortium of wealthy magical families. This trust, managed by goblins at Gringotts Bank, provided Hogwarts with financial independence from both the Ministry of Magic and tuition fees, which had always been kept intentionally low to ensure accessibility. The Trust's creation represented a significant acknowledgement of Hogwarts' importance to wizarding society as a whole beyond its immediate educational function. Student life during this period reflected the broader currents of Enlightenment thought. Debate societies emerged in all four houses, providing forums for structured discussion of magical theory and wizarding politics. The Ravenclaw Philosophical Society, founded in 1712, became particularly influential. Its membership included many future leaders in magical research and governance. House identity remained strong, but inter-house relationships generally improved during this era. The Enlightenment emphasis on rational discourse and mutual respect influenced even the traditional Slytherin-Gryffindor rivalry, which, while still competitive, rarely erupted into the open hostility seen in previous centuries. Headmaster Everard's introduction of the Inter-House Championship, awarding points for collaborative projects as well as individual achievements, further encouraged cooperation. Quidditch continued its development as both sport and social institution. The standardization of equipment during this period, particularly the introduction of the golden snitch to replace the live Snidget bird in 1711, made the game both safer and more technically demanding. Hogwarts Quidditch became increasingly sophisticated, with team captains developing complex playbooks and strategic approaches that reflected their house philosophies. The Triwizard Tournament, established in 1294, reached its peak of popularity. During the early 1700s, Hogwarts hosted the competition 3 times during this century, with champions from all 4 houses achieving victory at various points. The 1742 tournament, hosted at Beauxbaton, ended in controversy when the Hogwarts champion, Slytherin student Lucretia Black, was accused of using forbidden dark magic during the final task. While eventually cleared of wrongdoing, the incident contributed to the growing concerns about the tournament's safety that would eventually lead to its discontinuation. Beyond these formal aspects of school life, the Enlightenment period saw the emergence of student-initiated traditions that would become beloved parts of Hogwarts culture. The winter solstice celebration, known as the Silver Night, when 7th-year students would gather at the Astronomy Tower to witness the year's longest night, began in 1738. The practice of passing, where graduating students would ceremonially teach a unique spell to a chosen first year, originated in Hufflepuff House in 1756, before spreading to the other houses. Throughout these developments, Hogwarts maintained its essential character as a place where magical knowledge was not merely transmitted but actively developed. The school's reputation for magical innovation grew during this period, attracting visiting scholars from across the wizarding world. The guest lecturer program, formally established in 1763, brought leading magical researchers to Hogwarts each term, exposing students to cutting-edge developments across all fields of magical study. This intellectual vibrancy extended beyond theoretical advancement to practical application. The era saw significant innovations in magical architecture, with Hogwarts often serving as a testing ground for new techniques. The Moving Portraits Act of 1762, which established standard enchantment protocols for magical portraiture, was based largely on research conducted at Hogwarts under Headmistress Derwent's supervision. Similarly, the development of self-stirring cauldrons, a seemingly minor but practically important innovation, emerged from student experiments in the Hogwarts potions laboratories. The castle's quasi-sentient nature continued to develop during this period, with some magical historians suggesting that the concentration of intellectual activity actually accelerated this process. Certain rooms became known for favoring particular types of magic. The third-floor corridor where charms was taught would subtly enhance charm work, while the Transfiguration courtyard seemed to make transformations slightly easier to maintain. Whether these effects resulted from deliberate enchantment or the castle's organic absorption of magical energy remains a subject of scholarly debate. This magical enlightenment was not without its shadows, however. The increasing sophistication of magical theory enabled more powerful and potentially dangerous applications. The dark arts, like legitimate magic, benefited from theoretical advancement. The first recorded creation of a Horcrux in Britain, a feat of terrible dark magic allowing a wizard to store a fragment of their soul in an external object, occurred during this period, though the perpetrator's identity remains disputed among historical sources. More broadly, the Statute of Secrecy, while providing safety and stability for the wizarding community, created new forms of isolation and separation. Hogwarts students from the late 17th century onward grew up in an increasingly segregated society with limited understanding of Muggle cultures and achievements. This separation would eventually contribute to the sense of magical exceptionalism that later dark wizards would exploit in their pursuit of power. By the dawn of the 19th century, Hogwarts had successfully navigated the transition to a world of formal magical Muggle separation. The curriculum had been modernized, the physical castle enhanced, and the school's position as Britain's preeminent magical institution firmly established. Students now arrived by enchanted coach and later by the Hogwarts Express, spent 7 years immersed in a structured program of magical education, and departed as fully qualified witches and wizards, ready to take their places in a wizarding society that operated parallel to, but separate from, the Muggle world. The Enlightenment values that had shaped this transformation, rational inquiry, systematic organization, and theoretical advancement, became embedded in Hogwarts' approach to magical education. Yet the school never abandoned its connection to older magical traditions. Even as standardized textbooks replaced hand-copied manuscripts and formal examinations supplanted apprenticeship evaluations, the essential mystery and wonder of magic remained at the heart of the Hogwarts experience. This balance between innovation and tradition would continue to define Hogwarts as it moved into the modern era, facing new challenges and opportunities in a rapidly changing world. The foundations laid during the Enlightenment period, intellectual rigor, theoretical coherence, and institutional independence, would prove crucial to the school's continued relevance and success as both Muggle and magical societies underwent. The dramatic transformations of the industrial age and beyond. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. Chapter 7. Corridors of Secrets, Whispers. In the walls, beyond the formal educational structures and official histories of Hogwarts, lies a parallel narrative, a tapestry of secrets, hidden spaces and mysteries that have accumulated within the castle walls over centuries. These secrets range from architectural curiosities and forgotten rooms to powerful magical objects and concealed knowledge. Together they constitute what some magical historians have termed the shadow curriculum of Hogwarts, the learning that occurs not through formal instruction, but through exploration, discovery, and the passing of secrets from one generation of students to the next. At the heart of Hogwarts mysteries stands the Room of Requirement, perhaps the castle's most extraordinary magical feature. While its existence was known to the founders, who jointly created it, knowledge of the room faded into legend during subsequent centuries. Rediscovered and forgotten repeatedly throughout Hogwarts history, the room appears only to those in genuine need, transforming itself to accommodate whatever the seeker requires. The earliest documented rediscovery of the room occurred in 1207, when herbology professor Elidora Ketteridge sought a place to cultivate rare, lunar-blooming plants that required specific environmental conditions. Her journal describes finding a chamber that appeared as if conjured from my very thoughts, containing precisely the conditions of light, temperature, and humidity I had imagined for my specimens. For 3 years, Ketteridge accessed the room regularly for her research before a sabbatical took her away from Hogwarts. Upon her return, she could no longer locate the chamber, concluding that it had been a temporary magical manifestation. The room's most dramatic early appearance occurred during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, when a group of students from all 4 houses, fearing an attack on the school, sought refuge within Hogwarts. Led by 7th-year prefect Algernon Abbott, they paced the 7th floor corridor, desperately wishing for a safe haven. The room manifested as a miniature fortress, complete with sleeping quarters, food stores, and defensive positions. For 2 weeks, 37 students sheltered there while negotiations between wizards and goblins proceeded. When they finally emerged, they found that the door vanished behind them, and despite numerous attempts, none could make it reappear under ordinary circumstances. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, various individuals rediscovered the room independently, each believing they had found a unique magical phenomenon. Headmasters' journals contain oblique references to the accommodating chamber, or Hogwarts' helpful sanctuary, but never established its permanent location or consistent means of access. Defense against the dark arts professor, Galatea. Merrythought, 1895-1945, came closest to understanding its nature, recording her theory about a spatial anomaly responsive to concentrated need, but even she never fully grasped the room's origins or capabilities. The room's most infamous incarnation became known as the Room of Hidden Things, a vast cathedral-like space where centuries of students and staff concealed objects they wished kept secret, contraband confiscated by caretakers, experimental magical items of questionable legality, personal mementos too painful to keep but too precious to destroy, all found their way into this labyrinthine repository. Among the thousands of items accumulated over centuries lay objects of genuine historical and magical significance, prototypes of magical inventions, journals containing forgotten spells, and artifacts whose powers had been lost to time. Perhaps most remarkable about the Room of Requirement is its apparent immunity to mapping. Despite numerous attempts throughout history, no one has successfully included the room on any map of Hogwarts, not even the legendary Marauders map created in the 1970s, which otherwise revealed virtually every secret passage and hidden chamber within the castle. This cartographic resistance suggests that the room exists in a state of magical flux, neither fully present nor entirely absent from ordinary space, a theoretical impossibility that nevertheless functions through the Founder's extraordinary spellwork. While the Room of Requirement represents Hogwarts' most adaptable secret space, many other hidden chambers and passageways honeycomb the castle, some created deliberately by the founders or subsequent headmasters, others forming organically through centuries of accumulated magic. The network of secret passages connecting various parts of the castle began as a practical feature. Rowena Ravenclaw designed shortcuts that would allow rapid movement in case of emergency, while Salazar Slytherin created hidden routes that would provide escape options if the castle were besieged. Over time, knowledge of these passages became restricted to smaller groups. Some routes were officially sealed for safety reasons, particularly during the 18th century when portions of the castle's substructure required reinforcement. Others were forgotten as newer generations of staff created alternative routes. By the 19th century, only the caretakers maintained comprehensive knowledge of Hogwarts' internal pathways. Knowledge passed from one custodian to the next as part of their training. Among students, information about secret passages became valuable currency shared within trusted circles or exchanged for favors. Various student groups throughout Hogwarts history have attempted to document these passages, from the medieval Cartographers Guild, a Ravenclaw society dedicated to mapping the castle, to the more recent Marauders of the 1970s. None achieved complete documentation, as the castle itself seems to reconfigure certain pathways over time. Stairs that once led to storage areas might later access entirely different chambers, while seemingly solid walls occasionally reveal passages that even the oldest school records failed to mention. The passage behind the one-eyed witch statue on the 3rd floor, leading to the cellar of honeydukes in Hogsmeade, exemplifies this evolutionary quality. Originally constructed in 1612 as an emergency evacuation route during the same Goblin Rebellion that prompted the Room of Requirement's appearance, the passage was officially sealed in 1714 when relations with the Goblin nation stabilized. Yet by 1802, students were using it regularly for unauthorized visits to the village, suggesting that the castle had somehow restored the route despite deliberate magical barriers. Beyond passages, Hogwarts contains numerous secret chambers designed for specific purposes. The Death Day Hall, located deep beneath the main dungeon level, was created in 1492 to host Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington's first Death Day celebration, and has since become a gathering place for Hogwarts resident ghosts. Few living individuals know of its existence, as the entrance appears as a solid wall, except on Halloween night, when the outline of a door materializes for those specifically seeking a ghost gathering. The Resonance Chamber, hidden behind a false wall in the Charms corridor, was designed by Professor Phileas Flitwick's predecessor for the practice of particularly volatile sound-based charms. Its walls, embedded with silencing spells of extraordinary power, prevent any sound within from being heard outside, while also protecting the castle from damage should a sonic charm be miscast. Though officially restricted to new T-level charm students, the chamber has been periodically rediscovered by musically inclined students seeking a place to practice magical instruments without disturbing others. Among Hogwarts' most intriguing architectural secrets are the founders' sanctums, private chambers created by each of the 4 founders and known only to subsequent heads of their respective houses. Unlike the Chamber of Secrets, which Slytherin concealed from the other founders, these sanctums were acknowledged parts of the castle, designed as retreats where each founder could pursue personal research or simply find solitude amid the busy school. Godric Gryffindor's sanctum, located behind a portrait of himself in full battle regalia on the 7th floor, contains a private dueling platform and an extensive collection of weapons, both magical and mundane. The chamber recognizes only true Gryffindors, not merely those sorted into the house, but individuals who embody its core values of courage and chivalry. Historically, heads of Gryffindor House have used this space to test the character of students facing particularly difficult challenges, as the chamber itself seems capable of assessing worthiness in ways that transcend ordinary judgment. Helga, Hufflepuff's sanctum, accessible through a door that materializes in the earth-lined tunnel leading to the Hufflepuff basement, takes the form of a perfect circular garden where it is perpetually spring. Plants from across the world grow here in harmonious arrangement, some of them species now extinct everywhere except within this preserved space. The sanctum has traditionally served as a place of healing and reconciliation, where Hufflepuff, heads of house, bring students experiencing profound grief or conflict. Many report emerging with inexplicable feelings of peace and renewed purpose. Rowena Ravenclaw's sanctum occupies a space that seems to violate ordinary physical laws, a tower room that appears larger inside than the external dimensions of the tower could possibly allow. Accessible through a bookshelf in the Ravenclaw common room that responds to a specific pattern of tapped books, the sanctum contains a 3-dimensional model of the known universe that updates itself to reflect current astronomical knowledge. Heads of Ravenclaw have traditionally used this space for contemplation of particularly complex magical problems, finding that the room somehow enhances clarity of thought. Salazar Slytherin's sanctum, separate from his infamous Chamber of Secrets, lies beneath the Slytherin dormitories behind a wall panel engraved with a subtle serpentine pattern. Unlike the chamber, which housed his basilisk and served as a potential weapon against enemies, this sanctum was designed for scholarly work, particularly research into aspects of magic that the other founders found uncomfortable, but not necessarily dark. The chamber contains an extensive collection of texts on Parseltongue, artifacts related to serpent magic from cultures worldwide, and sophisticated potion brewing equipment capable of handling volatile ingredients. Heads of Slytherin have traditionally used this space sparingly, recognizing its potential to feed unhealthy fascination with darker aspects of magic. Beyond these architectural secrets, Hogwarts houses numerous magical artifacts of extraordinary power and historical significance. Some, like the Sorting Hat and the Sword of Gryffindor, remain in active use and general awareness. Others have faded into legend or been deliberately concealed due to their potentially dangerous properties. The Founder's Chalice, not to be confused with Hufflepuff's Cup, which became one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, represents one such artifact. Created jointly by all 4 founders, the chalice was designed to test the purity of liquids, detecting any trace of poison or harmful potion. During the school's early centuries, when threats of infiltration or assassination were more common, The chalice was used regularly at official functions. As these dangers receded, the chalice was stored in the headmaster's office and gradually forgotten. Rediscovered during renovations in 1875, the chalice was determined to possess additional properties beyond mere poison detection. When filled with ordinary water under a full moon, it transforms the liquid into a powerful restorative that can cure most magical ailments. This discovery prompted renewed use of the chalice during serious medical emergencies, though knowledge of its existence remains limited to the headmaster, the school healer, and a few trusted staff members. The Mirror of Minds, commissioned by Rowena Ravenclaw as a teaching tool, represents another artifact whose full potential remains largely unexplored. Unlike the more famous Mirror of Erised, which shows the viewer's deepest desire, the Mirror of Minds reveals the internal landscape of the viewer's thoughts, displaying their mental organization as a visual metaphor. For students learning occlumency, the mirror provides invaluable feedback, showing whether their mental defenses appear as solid walls, intricate labyrinths, or other protective structures. After an incident in 1783, when a psychologically troubled student became trapped in self-reflection, unable to look away from the mirror for nearly 12 hours, the artifact was restricted to supervised use only, significantly limiting its availability for teaching. Perhaps most mysteriously scattered throughout Hogwarts are 13 ordinary-seeming stones embedded in walls at apparently random locations. These whispering stones, as they became known, possess the remarkable property of storing and replaying conversations that occur within their vicinity. No one knows who created these enchanted stones or when they were placed. They appear in no construction records and bear no maker's mark. Some magical historians attribute them to Rowena Ravenclaw, citing her known interest in memory preservation magic, while others suggest they may predate Hogwarts entirely, having been incorporated into the castle's walls during construction, without the founder's knowledge. The existence of the Whispering Stones has periodically caused controversy throughout Hogwarts history. When their properties were first documented in 1394 by a Hufflepuff prefect who heard her own conversation, replayed while walking alone, concerns about privacy led Headmistress Philidaspore to order all known stones removed. Attempts to extract them, however, triggered defensive enchantments that repaired the walls instantly. Unable to remove the stones, subsequent headmasters established a policy of simply not acknowledging their existence officially, though information about their locations has been passed down through certain student groups. Beyond physical secrets, Hogwarts contains an intricate web of magical knowledge deliberately concealed from general awareness. The restricted section of the library represents only the most visible boundary between open and limited information. Beyond this lies knowledge restricted to specific positions within the school hierarchy, spells, potions, and magical theories deemed too powerful or dangerous for general circulation, but maintained for use in specific circumstances. The Headmaster's Grimoire, a continuously updated volume passed from one school leader to the next, contains the most sensitive of these secrets. The book includes complex defensive spells capable of placing the entire castle into lockdown, emergency evacuation procedures, countermeasures for various magical catastrophes, and the true nature of certain enchanted features of Hogwarts whose full capabilities are kept hidden for security reasons. The grimoire is bound with blood magic, requiring that it be formally transferred from one headmaster to the next. Attempts to access it without proper authorization reportedly trigger memory charms that erase the would-be reader's knowledge of the book's existence. Professors maintain their own collections of restricted knowledge specific to their subjects. The Transfiguration Addendum, accessible only to the Transfiguration professor, contains advanced transformative magic considered too dangerous for the standard curriculum, including the complete process for becoming an animagus, which is taught to students only under exceptional circumstances and with ministry approval. Similarly, the Potions Master's Codex includes formulations deemed too volatile or potentially misusable for general instruction, maintained for research purposes and emergency situations. This stratified knowledge creates what educational theorist Adalbert Waffling termed the iceberg curriculum of Hogwarts, the visible portion of magical education representing only a fraction of the knowledge contained within the institution. This arrangement serves both protective and motivational functions. Sensitive information remains secured while students are encouraged to recognize that their formal education represents a foundation rather than the full edifice of magical knowledge. Indeed, secrets of Hogwarts extend beyond the physical and academic to the social realm as well. Throughout the school's history, student societies and organizations have operated beyond official recognition, passing their traditions from one generation to the next through elaborate initiation ceremonies and coded communications. The Nocturnal Order of Animagi, founded in 1703 by a group of seventh-year students who had achieved unregistered animagus transformations, represents one of the oldest continuous secret societies at Hogwarts. Limited to 7 members at any time, the Order maintains records of successful independent transfigurations and provides guidance to select students showing particular promise in this challenging branch of magic. While technically promoting illegal activity, as unregistered animagi violate ministry regulations, the Order has traditionally focused on the academic achievement rather than practical application, with most members registering officially after leaving Hogwarts. The Keepers of the Keys, a Hufflepuff society dating to the early 1800s, dedicated themselves to discovering and maintaining knowledge of the castle's less-known entrances and exits, not for mischief-making, but as a matter of practical safety. Their carefully maintained atlas of alternative routes has proven valuable during several emergencies, including the Dragon Incident of 1878, when their knowledge enabled the evacuation of 3 dormitories without using the main corridors where the creature was rampaging. Perhaps most influential of these societies, the Circle of Merlin operates as a cross-house organization, identifying and nurturing students showing exceptional magical potential. Founded in 1692 in response to the restrictive climate following the Statute of Secrecy, the Circle aims to ensure that extraordinary magical talents are not lost to excessive regulation. Membership remains strictly confidential, with many members unaware of others' affiliation until after leaving Hogwarts. Notable confirmed members have included Albus Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, and Phileas Flitwick, suggesting the Society's reach extends into the highest levels of magical achievement. The accumulation of these secrets, architectural, magical, and social, creates what former headmaster Armando Dippet called the hidden curriculum of Hogwarts. Beyond the formal lessons taught in classrooms, students learn to navigate a world where knowledge is layered, where not all information is freely accessible, and where discovery often requires initiative and persistence. This aspect of Hogwarts education has proven as valuable to graduates as their formal magical training, preparing them for a wizarding world where ancient secrets and hidden knowledge continue to influence current events. As each generation of students passes through, Hogwarts Some secrets are discovered while others fade temporarily from memory. New hiding places are created, new passages formed, and new traditions established. The castle itself seems to participate in this process, occasionally revealing long-forgotten rooms when they are needed, or sealing passages that have been misused. This organic evolution ensures that Hogwarts never becomes completely known or mapped, that there are always new discoveries awaiting those with the curiosity and persistence to look beyond the obvious. The tension between revelation and concealment, between institutional memory and rediscovery, creates the unique character of Hogwarts as a living repository of magical knowledge. Unlike static archives or libraries, the school actively participates in determining which secrets are accessible to whom and when. This dynamic quality ensures that even after 1,000 years, Hogwarts remains not merely a school, but a mystery, a place where corridors whisper with secrets, and walls contain wonders waiting to be found by those worthy of discovering them. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. Chapter 8. Masters of Wisdom, Keepers of the Flame. Through a millennium of magical education at Hogwarts, no single factor has influenced the school's development more profoundly than its leadership. The position of headmaster or headmistress represents not merely an administrative role, but a sacred trust, the responsibility for guiding Britain's premier magical institution through changing times while preserving its essential character. This chapter explores the remarkable individuals who have served as Masters of Wisdom at Hogwarts, examining how their diverse personalities, magical specialties, and leadership philosophies have shaped the school's evolution through the centuries. Transition from the founders' collaborative leadership to a single headmaster occurred gradually rather than through abrupt change. Following Helga Hufflepuff's death in 1035, her appointed successor, Arnold Gamp, did not immediately assume full authority, but rather served as first among equals on a governing council that included the heads of the 4 houses. This arrangement, designed to maintain balance between the founders' educational philosophies, continued for nearly 4 decades. In 1072, facing external pressures from increasingly organized wizarding governance and internal challenges from rivalry between the houses, the Hogwarts Council approved a constitutional restructuring that established the position of headmaster with expanded authority. Gamp, by then an elderly wizard, respected for his diplomatic handling of inter-house tensions, became the first official headmaster under this new system. His primary achievement lay not in dramatic innovation, but in successful transition, maintaining the essence of the founders' vision while creating administrative structures that could survive their absence. The early medieval headmasters focused primarily on survival and continuity during a period when magical education faced significant external threats. Headmistress Phillida Spore, 1035-1139, weathered the Norman conquest of England, deftly navigating the political challenges posed by the introduction of Norman wizarding families whose magical traditions differed from the predominantly Anglo-Saxon practices at Hogwarts. Her diplomatic skills prevented the school from being divided along cultural lines, instead integrating Norman magical techniques into the curriculum while maintaining the core educational approach established by the founders. Headmaster Everard, the elder, 1139-1167, faced the more direct threat of witch hunts during the early Crusade period. His development of enhanced concealment charms for the castle and grounds established layers of magical protection that would preserve Hogwarts through centuries, of intermittent persecution. More controversially, Everard instituted the first restrictions on student movement beyond the castle, limiting visits to Hogsmeade and temporarily suspending holidays during periods of heightened anti-magic sentiment in the surrounding regions. The late medieval period saw headmasters who expanded Hogwarts' academic scope beyond its original parameters. Headmistress Edessa Sackendenberg, 1211-1248, established formal exchange programs with Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, creating channels for magical knowledge to flow between European institutions. Her successor, Heliotrope Wilkins, 1248-1282, integrated alchemical studies into the curriculum, recruiting Nicholas Flamel as a visiting instructor decades before his creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Professor Wilkins's term as headmistress also witnessed one of the most significant expansions of the physical castle, the construction of the astronomy tower as it exists today. The previous observation platform, adequate for early medieval astronomy, had become insufficient for the increasingly sophisticated celestial studies being conducted. Wilkins, herself an accomplished astronomer, designed the new tower with input from centaur astronomers from the Forbidden Forest, incorporating their understanding of celestial alignments into the architecture itself. The Renaissance period brought headmasters who embraced intellectual expansion while navigating increasingly complex relationships with emerging wizarding governance. Headmaster Vindictus Viridian, 1454-1489, a renowned duelist and author of Curses and Counter-Curses, strengthened Hogwarts' defensive capabilities during a period of magical conflicts across Europe. Despite his martial reputation, Viridian's most lasting contribution was the establishment of the Hogwarts Advanced Research Department, a precursor to the Department of Mysteries that operated within the school until being relocated to Ministry. Control in the late 1600s, Dilys Derwent's tenure, 1741-1768, exemplifies the Enlightenment-era headship. Before leading Hogwarts, Derwent had served as a healer at St. Mungo's Hospital, bringing a scientific approach to magical education. Under her guidance, Hogwarts introduced standardized testing procedures, systematic documentation of magical experiments, and the first comprehensive safety protocols for practical magic classes. Derwent's dual background in healing and education made her particularly effective at balancing innovation with student welfare, a combination that earned her portrait places of honor at both Hogwarts and St. Mungo's. The Industrial Revolution and Victorian era brought new challenges requiring adaptive leadership. Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black, 1847-1925, remembered as least popular head Hogwarts ever had, nonetheless guided the school through a period of significant transition. His unpopularity stemmed largely from his aristocratic manner and pure blood sympathies, yet his administrative competence cannot be denied. Black modernized Hogwarts infrastructure, introducing magical equivalents to Muggle technological advances while maintaining a distinctly wizarding aesthetic. The enchanted plumbing system, magical lighting that replaced torches in most corridors, and enhanced heating charms throughout the castle all date from Black's tenure. More controversially, Black established stricter boundaries between Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic, resisting increased governmental oversight of educational matters. His infamous declaration that Hogwarts is a school, not a branch of the Ministry, established a precedent of academic independence that later headmasters, particularly Albus Dumbledore, would invoke when defending the school's autonomy. Armando Dippet's headmastership, 1925–1956, spanned one of the most challenging periods in wizarding history, encompassing Grindelwald's rise to power, his global wizarding war, and the early student years of Tom Riddle, who would later become Lord Voldemort. Dippet has often been characterized as an ineffectual leader, particularly in comparison to his successor Dumbledore, but this assessment fails to acknowledge the extraordinary circumstances he navigated. Dippet maintained Hogwarts as a functioning educational institution during a period when many European magical schools were forced to close or operate underground due to Grindelwald's influence. His decision to keep the school open during the Muggle Second World War, when London children were being evacuated to the countryside, allowed Hogwarts to serve as a safe haven for many magical children who might otherwise have been exposed to wartime dangers. This decision required complex magical reinforcement of the castle's defences and careful coordination with the Ministry to ensure that underage magic performed in self-defense would not trigger trace violations. Dippet's greatest failure, his inability to recognize the dangerous potential in young Tom Riddle, must be considered in context. Riddle's exceptional ability to charm authority figures and conceal his dark tendencies deceived many accomplished wizards, including several who would later oppose him as Lord Voldemort. That said, Dippet's somewhat credulous nature and tendency to be impressed by aristocratic connections made him particularly vulnerable to Riddle's manipulations. Albus Dumbledore's legendary tenure as headmaster, 1956–1997, represents the culmination of 1,000 years of Hogwarts leadership traditions. Having served as Transfiguration Professor for several decades before assuming the headship, Dumbledore brought unparalleled magical knowledge, pedagogical experience, and student insight to the role. His leadership style combined deep respect for Hogwarts traditions with willingness to adapt those traditions to serve changing needs. Dumbledore's early years as headmaster focused on curricular modernization. Building on his own research and global magical contact, he updated course content across all subjects to incorporate international perspectives and recent magical discoveries. The Defense Against the Dark Arts curriculum in particular underwent significant revision to address emerging dark magic threats, though the position's infamous curse, preventing any professor from holding the post for more than 1 year, limited the effectiveness of these reforms. Administrative innovations under Dumbledore included the prefect mentoring system, whereby 5th-year prefects received guidance from 7th-year head boys and girls, creating a leadership development pipeline within the student body. He also established regular parent-teacher consultations beyond the traditional end-of-term reports, recognizing the importance of family involvement in magical education. Dumbledore's most significant contribution, however, lay in his philosophical approach to education. Unlike many predecessors who viewed Hogwarts primarily as an institution for transmitting magical knowledge, Dumbledore explicitly recognized the school's role in character formation. His oft-quoted statements about the importance of choices over abilities and the power of love over magical strength reflected a holistic educational philosophy that valued moral development alongside magical skill. This philosophy profoundly influenced Dumbledore's handling of the 2 wizarding wars against Voldemort. His decision to maintain Hogwarts as not merely a school, but a symbolic center of resistance, reflected his belief that education represented the ultimate counterforce to dark magic ideologies. By demonstrating that Hogwarts could remain open and functioning even under dire threat, Dumbledore provided the wizarding community with a powerful symbol of continuity and hope. The personal qualities that defined exceptional Hogwarts headmasters and headmistresses have varied widely over the centuries, reflecting the different challenges each era presented. Some, like the diplomatic Arnold Gamp or the bureaucratically skilled Phineas Nigellus Black, excelled at institutional management. Others, like the scholarly Dilys Derwent or the magically gifted Albus Dumbledore, brought extraordinary personal abilities that enhanced Hogwarts' educational environment. A few, like Armando Dippet, have been judged more harshly by history, their administrations defined by failures or missed opportunities, despite genuine commitment to the school. Regardless of their individual strengths and weaknesses, all Hogwartsy heads have shared one essential quality: deep reverence for the institution itself. The position demands recognition that the headmaster serves Hogwarts rather than ruling it, that the school predated their appointment and will continue long after their departure. This perspective fosters both humility and determination, as each head seeks to preserve what is best about Hogwarts while preparing it for a future they themselves will not see. This continuity finds physical expression in the headmaster's office, where portraits of all previous heads hang in perpetual council. These enchanted portraits, containing echoes of their subjects' personalities and knowledge, provide each new headmaster with access to centuries of accumulated wisdom. While the portraits cannot truly replicate the full consciousness of the individuals they represent, they preserve core elements of personality and experience, allowing institutional memory to transcend individual lifespans. The office itself has evolved to reflect this accumulated history. Originally a simple chamber in the central tower, it expanded over centuries to accommodate an ever-growing collection of magical instruments, reference texts, and administrative records. The revolving staircase, gargoyle guardian, and enchanted windows offering views from any direction regardless of the tower's actual orientation all date from different headmasters' tenures, each adding elements reflecting their particular approach to the position. Beyond the headmaster, Hogwarts' leadership structure encompasses numerous positions that have contributed to the school's stability and excellence. The deputy headmaster, headmistress role, formalized in the early 12th century, ensures continuity during transitions and provides balanced perspective on administrative decisions. Traditionally held by a head of house from a different house than the current headmaster, this position helps maintain equilibrium between the four founding traditions. The heads of houses represent another crucial leadership layer, serving as both administrative deputies and student mentors. These positions, always held by professors teaching core subjects, require individuals who embody their house's values while maintaining the broader educational mission of Hogwarts. The best heads of houses throughout history have balanced house pride with institutional loyalty, fostering healthy competition while preventing destructive rivalry. Minerva McGonagall's tenure as head of Gryffindor House, 1956-1998, exemplifies this balancing act. While fiercely protective of Gryffindor students and competitive regarding the House Cup and Quidditch Championship, McGonagall consistently enforced school rules even against members of her own house, demonstrating that institutional values superseded house loyalty. Similarly, Phileas Flitwick as head of Ravenclaw combined intellectual encouragement with practical guidance, helping students recognize that knowledge without ethical application lacked true value. Pomona Sprout's leadership of Hufflepuff House, emphasized community building and inclusivity without sacrificing academic standards. Her encouragement of peer tutoring within the house created a supportive learning environment that often helped struggling students achieve beyond initial expectations. Severus Snape, despite his controversial methods, maintained Slytherin's tradition of ambition and excellence while attempting to counterbalance the house's darker tendencies, a nearly impossible task during Voldemort's resurgence when many Slytherin students came from families aligned with the Dark Lord. Beyond formal administrative positions, Hogwarts staff has included individuals whose influence on the school's development rivals that of many headmasters. Sylvanus Kettleburn, who taught care of magical creatures for nearly 50 years, despite losing several limbs to various creatures, transformed that subject from a peripheral elective to a core component of magical education through his passionate advocacy for interspecies understanding. Similarly, Bathsheba Babbling's 40-year tenure as Ancient Runes professor established Hogwarts' reputation as the premier institution for runological studies in Western Europe. The non-teaching staff, often overlooked in historical accounts, have contributed equally to Hogwarts' character and continuity. The succession of caretakers, from ancient Apollyon Pringle to notorious Argus Filch, maintained the physical infrastructure of an enormous magical building subject to the wear and tear of hundreds of adolescent wizards experimenting with their powers. The groundskeepers, most notably Og, and later Rubeus Hagrid, managed the delicate ecological balance of the extensive grounds, negotiating relationships with the various magical species inhabiting the forest and lake. House elves, whose presence at Hogwarts dates to the early 12th century, represent perhaps the most under-acknowledged contributors to the school's operation. Initially employed as kitchen staff when student numbers grew beyond what human cooks could reasonably serve, their role gradually expanded to include cleaning, laundry, and various maintenance tasks. The decision to keep their presence minimally visible to students, a practice instituted in the 1700s under headmistress Eupraxia Mole, reflects complex historical attitudes toward magical servitude that only began to be questioned in recent decades. The Hogwarts ghosts constitute another unique element of school leadership, providing continuity that transcends even the portrait extended lifespans of headmasters. Nearly Headless Nick, the Grey Lady, the Bloody Baron, and the Fat Friar, each affiliated with their respective houses, serve as living, or rather non-living, connections to Hogwarts' past. Their perspectives, shaped by centuries of observation, offer valuable institutional memory unavailable from any other source. This layered leadership structure, headmaster, deputy, heads of houses, faculty, staff, and even spectral residents, creates the remarkable stability that has defined Hogwarts throughout its history. Unlike purely hierarchical institutions, Hogwarts operates through distributed responsibility and overlapping authority, allowing it to absorb the loss of any individual leader without fundamental disruption. This resilience was demonstrated most dramatically following Albus Dumbledore's death in 1997, despite Voldemort's subsequent influence over the Ministry of Magic and the appointment of Death Eater Amicus Carrow as deputy headmaster. The underlying institutional structure of Hogwarts resisted complete corruption. Minerva McGonagall as acting headmistress, the remaining loyal heads of houses and dedicated faculty maintained essential educational functions while mitigating the worst abuses attempted by Death Eater-aligned administration. The Battle of Hogwarts in May 1998 represented both the greatest threat to the school's physical existence and the ultimate vindication of its leadership legacy. When called to defend their school, former students spanning generations returned to fight alongside current students and faculty, a testament to the enduring bonds Hogwarts creates. The castle itself, imbued with centuries of protective magic from successive headmasters, demonstrated remarkable resilience against dark magic assaults that would have obliterated lesser structures. In the battle's aftermath, the appointment of Minerva McGonagall as headmistress signalled continuity with Hogwarts' finest traditions, while acknowledging the need for renewal after trauma. Her background as Transfiguration Mistress, symbolically representing transformation and adaptation, made her ideally suited to lead the school's physical and spiritual reconstruction. Under her guidance, Hogwarts began the process of healing, while preparing for a new chapter in its long history. The succession of leadership from founders to present day forms an unbroken chain of magical wisdom transmission spanning a millennium. Each headmaster and headmistress, whatever their individual strengths or failings, has served as a keeper of the flame, preserving the foundational vision of Hogwarts while adapting that vision to meet the needs of their particular era. This dynamic balance between tradition and innovation defines Hogwarts not merely as Britain's oldest magical institution, but as its most vital and enduring. Sleep now, my fellows. The next story of history awaits.